Welcome everybody to Adrift in Aldhalor, our weekly actual play D&D show set in our homebrew world of Aradun. Our music is licensed through the lovely Musicbed.com. It's a great service if you're a content creator and you need some good music for your creations. Occasionally we use TabletopAudio here in Paradice for Ambience and occasionally Syrinscape. Not as much in this campaign, but usually in other ones we use them a little bit more. Shannon.
Yeah, that's me.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
How's it going?
Pretty great. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm excited for D&D tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. It's the highlight of my week is playing on Monday nights with you all.
I know you're getting over sick because that just sounded so like, yeah, D&D.
I was so sincere, Sean.
I know you were.
I've never been more sincere in my life.
It's okay. That made it worse.
Yeah. All right. Are my bars moving on my audio before I do?
Yes, I actually checked beforehand.
Yay. Okay, fabulous. Strap in, folks. I got a new copy for Underground Oracle Publishing. They are a TTRPG publisher creating new worlds in the Cypher system and beyond. Their current focus is Foxfire, a science fiction TTRPG with strong emphasis on high adventure and fun, full throttle action where you play as anthropomorphic animals who left Earth behind long ago to take their place among the stars. For as little as $3, you can become a member through their website and gain early access to this developing TTRPG and each of the other worlds that they create. Next, we have Edward Yorke. Eddie is our beloved character artist. He's an illustrator based in the UK who makes art for games and books. To visit his portfolio and get in contact with him, visit eyorke.com. Last but not least, we've got 1985 Games. They create affordable, accessible, high-quality accessories for D&D and other TTRPGs. Sean uses their NPC cards to kickstart some of our amazing NPCs that we have in our campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So if you would like to purchase those or any other of their incredible products, use the code paradiceprod for 10% off your entire order. Join us on all the socials. Just find us on the internet. We're there. VODs are up to date through episode 88. Yeah, because I need you to splice 89 and then put that up. So once that's done,
Well, I don't have to splice. I need to cut off the 8 hours.
Oh, the 8 hours.
Stream
That's
just
right.
Being stuck
That's why it's too long.
All night.
That's right.
Guys, I forgot to shut the stream down overnight.
That's right.
So
I forgot you mentioned that. And I was like, you guys didn't play for like an astronomically long time.
No. I guess anyone could have just like quietly been watching with the lo-fi music and the stars.
It's very comforting. It's something great to work to if it's on.
Yeah.
So yes, once that is uploaded, I shall resume the process and get y'all up to date on that. But you can watch up through episode 89, and we're only on 91, so not too far behind.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
Is that right? Did I get my numbers wrong for my episodes?
No. Why?
So then they can watch up to 88.
Sorry. Yes, I meant. Sorry. No,
I knew what you meant.
I said it wrong in my head the first time, but I fixed it when I said it, and then I didn't fix it the second time.
Yes. Excellent. Well, we got there.
We did it.
All right, let's bring everyone else in.
Let's.
And jump into a recap. Last we left off, Iron and Mana had discovered some cultist activity at the ruins beneath the mountain. This being the place where they needed to rest for the evening, or wanted to rest for the evening, they investigated and learned that there was some sort of blob-like creature in the ruined tower. The party debated what they should do about it after learning a little bit about its origin from Bruce's Arcana check. Tired, and the winds whipping wildly outside, the party decided it was best to wait for this windstorm to pass and attack in the morning. as the party was resting, they did see off in the distance to the west some sort of red light flash into the sky. Somewhere off in the distance that the tracks most likely showed the cultist had headed. So, concerned, they debated in the morning what they should do. Thinking that there may be more cultist activity to the west, but they decided what was best is to take care of the problem at hand. The larval Scathefulum or Shadowfell Dreadlord that was forming in the tower. And then they would decide what to do about the cult afterwards, whether or not they should head west or head up the mountain. So, Jacquette scouted ahead, got into a convenient position for the fight, while the others mounted up on their axe beaks and prepared to join the fight. Bruce also stealthed up and found himself a convenient place to get ready for the assault. The party rode in and began the fight through tentacles rising out of the ground, angry magical torches trying to confuse them, and the ooze itself trying to sap the life essence out of them and devour their minds. The party was able to successfully oust and destroy the Scathefulum larva. What they found afterwards were the remains of 3 humanoids or allmen within the innards of the creature. On them, they found some magic items, and Bruce began preparing a Speak with Dead spell to determine what these entities, or at least one of them, knows about whatever the party wants to know about. That's where we left off. So, it is still a clear day. It's always dim light in the Gosu haunt. You can see up in the sky the sun eclipsed by the gas giant Vero. It's very calm now that you've defeated the Scathefulum here. The torches have all crumbled and disintegrated, and now you're just in these ruins. Fyrn is working on destroying any remnant ichor of the Scathefulum, not taking any chances. He's burning it all away with his magic, while the rest of you investigate these bodies. Now, I did say you did find those magic items on there, and I can describe those for you now. So, the first item that you find is a really scintillating shard. When you first look at it, Bruce, you actually, for a moment, mistake it for a diamond. And it is like an arrowhead shaped gem. That has a little bit of like an opalescence to it. There's a little bit of a prism to it. You can see some rainbow sort of flashing off of it onto your face as any light kind of captures through it. But you have this gem. Second thing that you find is a a little bit rusted and eaten by the ooze on the edges, but you do find this well-crafted and slightly enchanted shield. Very simple. Kite shield. It just has a dark red, almost as if the previous owner kind of painted over it in a red akin to the red of the cultist and the Scathefulum. But it is enchanted somewhat, this shield. And then the third item you find is a quiver that has an opening at the top and then 2 compartments on the sides. It's pretty ornate in the sense that there's like this nice gold or bronze, I'll say bronze filigree on the top of it and on the bottom, and it's made of this green dyed pretty sturdy leather, but it is also abuzz with magic.
All right, I'll make note of those and put them in the bag of holding for identification later and discussion with the party later.
Okay. All right. Everyone is, I imagine, kind of like gathered in the tower at this point. Baron has already kind of head off to do just some scouting in the perimeter of the ruins. Unless
Before
there's
he
something
heads
you want
off,
him
Jacques,
to do. Oh,
Quet
go.
reminds him, like, "Oh, Baron, you had mentioned a stash you had here. Maybe you should see to that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in case there's any cool items in there."
Yeah. I'll do that as soon as I get back.
Right on, brother.
Okay. So you all gather in the tower over these 3 corpses.
Gotta love our corpses.
I'm gonna take out the femur
Mm-hmm.
and just, play with it. Bruce doesn't know how to use it. Pretty sure this thing could. He's just gonna whack on one of the skulls, and that should cast the spell. I like to think
Why are
of
you
these-
always so blunt with your casting of magic? I don't understand how it works.
But then it works. As Septimus is saying.
That's what bothers me.
Lack of finesse. Yes, I understand completely, Septimus.
As they're to, I imagine, Bruce, it's like as you crack the skull with the femur, and like the wider end of the femur is in the skull now. That they're admonishing you for this, and then suddenly you just see the necrotic runes on the femur just go from your hand to the skull. Now, I will say, it is not the act of cracking the femur into the skull that cast it. The femur is responding to your magical will over it. So it's like, this is just something you did. It's not actual like component of the femur.
Wait, Sean, did you ever play God of War, like the newer ones?
The newer ones? No, I didn't finish them. I started the first one.
So, do you remember how the dwarves cast magic in that?
No. How do they cast magic in that?
So it's just like they're just doing like forge things.
Oh, it's just, yeah.
And as they hit things, like runes appear, and they're just like, I don't know, it's dwarf magic. That's how I imagine a lot of artificing is for Bruce.
That makes a lot of sense considering you have your construction background.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we've kind of been playing up for.
Even if it doesn't require you to hammer, it will be hammered.
Right. Yeah.
It's like the like metal plates that you use for healing that like probably don't need to be
Exactly.
slapped onto someone's body. They could probably be
Probably
gently
not.
placed.
But
Yeah, it hurts every time you heal.
but it hurts so good.
Anyway, the necrotic runes go into the body, and you can hear that the sort of, I mean, they basically do look like halfway between corpses and skeletons. They were like mostly being consumed by this, but they were still somewhat in a flesh form. As you would just hear like the most like raspy inhale of air ever from the body, as these sort of like the really like rotted eyelids like split open, like pulling themselves open, and these really like yellowed eyes suddenly light up with the necrotic energy of the femur.
Bruce, double takes looking at the party. What's your name?
Oh,
I love that so much.
Now he's polite.
Okay. Doneve.
Did anybody else catch that? I didn't.
Tani.
I'm not gonna ask him again.
I did catch that.
That question wasn't addressed to you. It was to everyone else, if you were really paying attention.
Who do you serve?
Lord
Ask him the last
Raven.
thing. Wait, what was the second question you just asked?
Oh my god.
He asked, who do you serve? Which he responded, Lord Raven. Ask him
What?
why he's here.
Yeah, why are you here?
The head kind of looks around. Oh, there's my notes. I am one of the willing to join in the communion.
That's sad. Yeah. Why do you have a Scathulum larva? Did anyone else catch that?
I didn't catch what he said.
It just says I don't have a Scathulum larva.
You gotta be a little more direct, I think, with these questions.
Like what? What should I say?
I don't know.
Damn it!
No, I'm not going to count that one. We're mature D&D
Maybe-
players. I don't have to pull that DM scheme on you guys.
I think you need to ask him more just affirmative questions. Typically things that respond yes or no. He's not going to give full, complete sentences.
I can't play 20 questions with 5 questions.
Well, there's 2 more corpses, so at least we have 15 questions.
That's a good point.
Maybe you should ask him about that communion thing he was talking about.
That's a good idea.
Just Lord Raven. Well, guess. Go ahead.
Wait, no. What were you gonna say? What were we gonna say?
I was going to say if Lord Raven has anything to do with the Herald, or how the. I'm trying to think of a way to word it where he can respond it. So I think we should shed more light on who Lord Raven is. I'm afraid we ask who is Lord Raven, we're going to get a response just a man.
Probably.
So, I mean, I will say, think carefully about your language, because for the Scathulum question, like, Bruce, the term Scathulum is an esoteric academic word from research. This guy probably didn't know what you meant by that. And who knows, if they're in a cult that did something with the Scathulum, they might not have been called a Scathulum to them, you know?
Yeah. Hey, how is Lord Raven connected with Hairfrost?
Sorry, I'm just looking up something.
Fair.
Oh, I thought you were just...
No, I was just making sure. I wanted to double check if there was new language for the new Speak with Dead.
Bruce, I might have missed it because I dozed off for a second because I'm at 16 HP. But did you ask the purpose of the cult?
No, not yet. We have got 2 other bodies. We can ask that question too.
Okay. Just because we're going to have to, make some decisions about what we do next. So
Who
if it's
is
worth pursuing.
Hairfrost?
Fuck.
The body does interrupt you, Sass, while you're asking these questions.
Fucking excuse you. I was talking.
Excuse you.
Okay, well, I remove the femur from that head.
And the body goes limp.
All right. So, next body, I should ask what they're doing as a cult. Is that what was that?
Yeah. What's the purpose of the cults that he was a part of? Just
maybe don't use the word cult though.
Okay.
Use what is the purpose of your group?
Group. What is the purpose of your group? And then a follow-up question could be, what is your group's end goal or something, just to see if it's something that we need to deal with, or we can leave it alone for now.
I agree. Maybe start with the second question, because he already said that he's here to join the communion. Like, that was already one vague answer.
Oh, so maybe we could be even more specific.
Ask what the communion is.
Exactly. Who are they communing with? Or are they eating the body of something?
What was the purpose of the communion you were trying to perform?
I'm very proud of that joke.
All right. I take that's 4 questions. Does anybody have a 5th one for me?
Maybe ask his name too.
All right, sounds good.
No. Don't waste that, Bruce. We don't need to know his name. Their name.
Hey, we don't know. If we end up having to deal with this larger organization, having the names of these individuals may be beneficial to us.
What about
maybe leave the name for last?
How about how did you get here?
We can ask the
Well, it
last
said
guy
he
his
was
name.
willing. It
What
seemed
that
like he
guy's
was a
name is.
willing sacrifice to whatever sort of communion that they were looking to perform.
Well, at least that was the first one. What if this other one is not? Are they dressed very similar?
The clothes are all slime.
Oh.
Like you can't even determine what like species they are. They just are all definitely almond.
All right.
And probably not halflings or gnomes or dwarves. They all look like human or elf. Like 5'6" to 5'10".
Maybe ask the last thing he remembers before he died.
All right. That
Maybe
sounds
could
good.
shed some light. He was willingly walked onto the sacrificial table, or he was attacked on the road. That way we know he was a civilian or something.
I'm not sure you heard my question, though. It was, how did you get here? Because they just appeared here, right? Like,
No, there's evidence of
we don't
tracks that they
know.
came here. Or at least passed into this place on a journey.
All right. Well, I'm gonna ask that one first, and then we'll go to the group questions.
okay.
I'm just gonna slam the femur into the other skull.
And remember, if you hit the mouth, they can't respond, and now you can't use the spell. So just be careful.
It's like this one, like Bruce, you panic for a second because you see like the jaw definitely like got a little unhinged.
Yeah. And Bruce is just gonna like
And then
mend that.
and then the magic goes from the hand into it. And again, you see the eyelids kind of rip themselves open. Yellow eyes shift to the pale turquoise teal of the necromantic energy, and the mouth just a little slack jawed. This one.
Hey, what's the last thing you remember before you died?
Participating in the ritual of communion to join the great beyond, to be saved by Lord Raven.
Okay. All right.
Wait, so the communion might be the summoning of this creature.
Well, it sounds like this person was deceived of what the actual purpose of the ritual was. He was going to be saved by sacrificing himself. He was probably promised a beautiful afterlife.
Yeah, like a planet You know, like one of those religions.
Feel
Never
like in another life, I knew so much more about these creatures. Something within me is screaming.
mind.
But alas, that might have just been me drinking the other night, so carry on with your questions, Bruce. I got nothing.
What is the purpose of your group?
The purpose of the communion of Raven is to endure the suffering of this world until his light can bring you beyond to join in the great beyond. We must suffer to be one.
All right.
Bruce, remember when you got that knowledge about the Scathuum?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Scathuum, if I remember correctly, you described them as like all-consuming, right?
Yeah. That's right.
Well, what if, just thinking outside the box here, they're consuming the souls of these creatures. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, here's another take. Right? He's dead, right?
Yes.
Who?
So this guy that I'm looking at.
Sure.
Well, if he's dead but as part of the communion, right? Shouldn't he be part of the great beyond?
His soul's part of the great beyond, potentially. This is just an animating spirit, as I understand the spell to work that I did look up a few minutes ago.
I don't know, but what if we fuck with him? Anyway, no.
I mean, like, don't give him another question, so that way he's stuck like this forever.
Oh, that too. We could leave him on 4.
That's
I only
just
asked 2
rude.
questions so far. Anyway.
My point here is
Also, 10
maybe
minutes
this,
from now, his body would just deanimate.
maybe this idea of the great beyond and the communion is that they join the Scathuum. Maybe Lord Raven is a Scathuum, consuming these souls. They're offering themselves for this salvation that they think is awaiting them, but in reality, they just join with the greater being. I think about the stories of the the Wayward Five. That's right, none of you know the story. They were in this place, Summer Linden. It's in the area of Tresix. Tresix, right? Oxlin? Is it Oxlin? In Oxlin. And they met one of these dreadlords of the Shadowfell. That's right, I knew about them. And it was an entity named Myas. And the best of the Wayward Five, Curon, was actually consumed. Well, I mean, right? Because he's the one that was actually the hero,
Whoa.
right?
Didn't another one of the Wayward Five actually fucking work for the Scathuum?
First
isn't
of all,
that guy
so if
dead?
everyone
I'm pretty sure
here,
the one that's
you know
living
absolutely
now.
nothing about the Wayward Five.
know.
Like anyone else but you might be able to be like, I heard a story here or there. But
don't
you
think it was,
actively
like,
were not
public.
alive or awake when all of this was happening.
It's fair.
I don't think it was public knowledge that Saskia worked for the Crimson Court and
If anything, I feel like
Scarlet?
Scarlet, all of
sorry.
Scarlet's like subplots would be like one of the biggest things not shared. Of
Yeah.
perhaps the Wayward Five.
Probably.
Partially because a lot of it was clandestine, and then also partially because a lot
Buried
of it
all
was
that.
evil.
I don't know. I think Wiswick would rat on all that.
That's a good point.
That's actually fair. Wiswick, who is probably the most well-traveled of the Wayward Five post
Yep.
conflict, probably did just start telling everyone everything about every single member of the Wayward Five.
Yeah, pretty much.
Spilling that tea.
Most of the party, I can't see spilling that much information. Like,
Yeah.
like I feel like Serathil would be reserved and be like, I'm not gonna poke.
He's like,
so
I
you'd
would
have to
try to
read-
forget that.
You have
Timber
to
is
read his
off-
full like life's work of Serathil's to get like a few Easter eggs in what he wrote.
Yeah, Timber is off somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and Kiran
Fyrn would
is
never speak ill of any
Right.
of his friends, so
right. So it'd have to be Wiswick, and
Yep.
Wiswick wrote the 3-part trilogy of the entire Wayward Five thing.
Riddled with
And
spelling errors.
scholars are concerned about the historical accuracy of that, however.
Yeah.
and
Given
then he
that
wrote
it-
like 3 more books that was what really happened with the Wayward Five.
and it's more just boasting of Wiswick.
Yeah.
It was
Filled
actually
with a
just
lot of-
5 Wiswicks that fought the king.
Excellent.
I feel like everybody's written like they're pieces of shit.
Yeah.
Just Wiswick.
Right.
Anyway,
So- All that to say is that I think this Lord Raven we're dealing with may be one of these Scathe Fulum.
Okay.
But do they?
well, how do we? How about we just ask how to join him? Right?
What?
Well, like
No.
step by
Or
step. What?
how do they commune with Lord Raven? How do they speak to him and to know his will?
All
That's
right.
a good one. That's a good question.
How does one speak to Lord Raven or commune with him?
We hear his voice in our head. We first heard this voice at the Whistling Spirits Monastery when hiding in refuge. He kept us alive in the Blood Forest until Lady Vanya came and the pilgrimage began. She speaks to Lord Raven for us.
Ask him what Lady Vanya plans to do at the Summalto ruins, where they're headed.
What does Lady Vanya plan to do when they get to the Summalto ruins?
Lady Vanya plans to enact the Great Communion, usher in Lord Raven to save all Ulman.
Asked if that includes saving them from the Herald? Maybe? Do they see the Herald as a threat? Are they in league with the Herald? Do they even know the Herald exists?
Should I ask
All
directly
right,
that?
Septimus, that's like 4 fucking questions.
I
You
know,
like
I'm
there's only
rambling
next one
now.
more.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to. I know.
Maybe.
Maybe
Is
ask
the Herald
if-
their adversary in saving Allman?
Is the Herald an adversary in saving Ulman?
Well,
Oh.
hold Sorry. Yeah, the question's already asked.
Lord Raven. Yeah, the creature does not it just starts talking. It doesn't register you interrupting it.
Lord Raven protects us from the specter of death. The herald you speak of is foe to Lord Raven.
Okay.
Good to know.
Well, these guys still sound sketchy, but the enemy of my enemy, right?
Right.
I mean,
I-
we should be cautious, obviously. But I don't even know. We can't take two of these enemies on at once.
Right, but we can find a reason to make them fight each other, right? As
I
Bruce
think we
removes
can.
the femur from the guy's skull.
Well,
Yeah.
or we can just prevent this Lord Raven from ever coming into being, and then we won't have to deal with two enemies.
Well, we still will. Because by taking care of one, and then we have to take care of the heralds, which adds up to 2.
Right, but would you rather have two powerful enemies or one powerful enemy?
The idea here is that the powerful enemies fight each other, and then we attack the winner, who is potentially weaker.
Right.
Yeah, but these people are sacrificing their own. How can you guarantee that they won't just turn and, attack something else before they attack each other?
What? No, we're saying have Lord Raven and his cult fight the Herald and his undead dragon.
No, I understand that, but how are you going to orchestrate that?
We need a little more information. We'll figure it out.
Exactly.
Honestly,
this was
at
some
this
food.
point,
Yes, this was some food for
Right.
thought. I'm not coming up with a full-fledged plan. We know that they're enemies, so that's somewhat
right,
good to know.
And I think that it's useful, and maybe some more information on this Lady Vanya, as she seems to be the one in charge,
Right.
could help us understand how to best use this cult of Lord Raven against the Herald.
We could also have Jaquette write, a letter saying, "Meet me over here, Lady Vanya, from the Herald." There we go.
No,
Is there any
Backstory.
What?
Nothing.
is there any chance of maybe parlaying with one or the other and allying with them potentially?
I think the cult would be the easiest, because the Herald is an undead emissary. Well, emissary might be too strong a word, but he's undead, and he seems to be hell-bent on destroying this land in whatever capacity. And we don't know his end goal. Whereas we have information on the cult here, and we know what their end goal is. And we could potentially ally with them to see the Herald's demise, and then very quickly turn around and take them out before they can enact their great communion.
Wait, so like I was gonna go after in the first skull, what if we join the cult? What if we infiltrate it?
What's wrong with you people?
Why the fuck would we do that? I already
So
made
get
one deal.
information and
that
then
y'all
convince
pissed me
maybe
about.
Lady Vanya
No.
that to go after the Herald. Say we have some information about how to take him out very easily, and then
What
back
if they-
away.
What if
As
they
part
make
of
you
the
do
alliance.
communion and turn you into a goop ball? How
We don't
about
have to
that?
get that far.
These guys didn't.
I don't think it's a bad plan.
All right. We know where they're heading. We can at least begin following their trails. As we get closer, we could track them. Maybe learn something by just observing. And maybe Jaquette or Sass, someone who is better in the stealth, can get close and to learn more information.
All right. Bruce is gonna take the third skull and just put it in his bag of holding.
I had a feeling you
For
were going to
later.
do that since you're out of or don't have enough charges to cast it again.
Do I not?
Cost a minimum of
3?
three, I think.
Okay,
you-
so thank you. Yeah, I would be right now. Yeah.
I still think we should try our hardest to stop the cult
No,
from.
speak with judges is 1 charge.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. So yeah, you actually have plenty of charges.
Hmm.
I was
But
looking
I'm
at
still
anime
gonna, I'm still
dead.
gonna put it in
I was
in
looking
the-
at anime
yeah.
dead. Okay, so you have a really gross, rotting skull in your bag.
All right.
I have 3 skulls on me as well.
Jesus Christ.
Those
I
ones
mean-
though are just bone.
Yep.
I mean, Machina's praised.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so you're taking the skull, and anything else you're doing in the tower before looking at other stuff?
Are we done here?
What time of
I
day
think
is
so.
it?
It's I mean, you guys basically hit the ground running, so it's really early still. It's before noon.
Maybe it was
Do we
their
want to maybe
short rest?
take a once over of this tower just to see if there's anything hidden here? You know, just in case.
Yeah, you guys could
and then-
rest, and I could do that.
Well, we can work together and then just all take a rest together. I don't think we're rushing at this moment.
Yes, we are.
All right.
Why would we not be rushing?
Why would we be rushing?
There's
To
some
rush
cultists.
into a. Yeah,
You
and
hear
if
the
we
word
rush
cultist,
in,
Fyrn. We don't need to be rushing headfirst into more trouble. We've already have the Herald as a very powerful foe that we need to face. We don't know quite yet what these people. I'm not saying that they're good. I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm not saying anything. We just don't know anything about
probably
them.
bad.
Of course, they probably are. But if we can use the power to our advantage instead of just diving in head first, we're gonna get ourselves killed. There's always the 6 of us. We need to play it smart.
Plus Sal.
Yeah, the 6
You,
of us.
sometimes I think you guys
Plus
think
Baron.
too much.
Oh, right.
And don't forget about Lollyrock and all of our mounts. We're actually kind of like a tiny army when you think about it. With me at the head, your general, Jacquet.
All right. Bruce turns
Anyways,
around and starts
should we-
investigating the tower.
Investigate this tower and then check out those magic items.
All right, go ahead and give me investigation checks for those of you who want to do that. You can help each other to do advantages
I
if
will
you're
help
proficient in
Bruce.
investigation.
I am, but my modifier's not that great.
So remember, guys, with the new 2024 rules, you can't help someone else unless you're also proficient in the ability they're doing. So Sass, you can
Oh,
help
okay.
someone else. This is an easily forgotten new rule, is that you can't just blanketly help people for advantage. You have to also have the proficiency to give the advantage. So Sass, you can help someone if you don't want to use your actual modifier. You just said you're proficient, right?
Yes.
Cool. All right. Who would like
I
Sass's help?
am.
For investigation,
Wait,
I-
why is that?
I would.
All
Oh,
right.
That's why. Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Can I also cast Detect Good and Evil before doing so?
Sure. Yeah.
Just if I get some,
Some signs.
yeah, if there's anything maybe miss.
I
Some
got a 30.
latent magic. Oh,
Mhm.
for investigation. I have advantage too.
Yes. You got a 30,
Well.
Bruce?
Yeah.
Goo. Well, that's a
I
10.
mean, I can make it a 35, I guess.
You don't need to.
Okay.
Amazing.
Bruce, remember you're using the new artificer rules? So I think you're the +5, doesn't that become a reaction now to failing a check?
Let me check.
'Cause it-
I
'cause
I
before you
actually,
did it before you knew the outcome. I think now they have it so you use it once you know the outcome.
okay.
But just
Yeah,
double
let me-
check that for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
It doesn't matter right now because you're succeeding with with that 30. But it does matter because of the whole like scaled ability checks we typically do here, where it's like with a 30 you can get something, 35 you can get more. It's good to know for the future. Because you can, I imagine the way we'd play that is you could ask me, I got a 25 on that. Is there anything else I can gain by using this ability as a reaction? And I would say yes, and then you can add the 5. Before I resolve the search, though, Septimus, you cast Detect Good and Evil?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so Septimus, you can certainly sense the fading presence of aberrations that you surmise is this rapidly fading like remains of the Scathefulum. And this, for you who doesn't know much about Scathefulum other than what Bruce has said, this is at least a confirmation for you to classify Scathefulum within aberration. Aberrations, in your general knowledge, you would know are said to be things from far off planes of existence, typically against often seemingly against what you would view as nature. Almost, they're aberrant in that sense. They don't tend to not make sense. They tend to be not follow the mindset of Ullman. They're alien to the other planes of existence. Even you do get a small ping of fiendish magic. And then I would say also a ping of undead presence as well. This undead presence seems to almost be mingled a little bit with the aberrant essence. The undead is not fading away because of the general world that you're in right now, but the aberration magic seemed to have been almost like mingling in some ways with the undead magic. The small ping of fiendish magic comes, blazing into your senses at the very exact second that Bruce is standing over the fiendish magic, and Bruce, you discover a trapdoor.
Like he discovers it
With his
activating
30,
it?
with your 30, Bruce,
Okay.
you find a covered trapdoor.
Oh, look at this.
Wait,
Bruce is in the middle of trying to open it.
wait! Before you touch it, it's faint, right? It's not like
It's very faint, yeah.
whatever that is. It's been touched by fiendish magic.
All right. Well, can you remove your? I don't know. Can you decurse it or?
I suppose yes, I can. Can I do that? Yes. Does it appear before I do that? Does it appear that the trapdoor itself is infused with magic, or that like magic?
Both actually. I would say there's the stronger presence is on the trapdoor itself. A fainter presence is inside whatever's below it.
Can I actually see below?
Yeah, I would say yes. It's a rather thin door. Actually, no, Bruce. It would be almost like blacked out, like almost like you see like an empty, a lack. In the peculiar way that you see, it's like the concept of nothing. It's just like no data.
Well then, before he touches that, I will remove curse, or attempt to remove curse from the door.
Okay. I need to look at the exact language of remove curse.
Mm-hmm.
The spell does nothing.
Damn it.
It fizzles out.
I could potentially open this from afar, activating whatever trap might be there. If we want to stand back 60 feet.
Oh, it is confirmed a trap, too.
I could do the same.
All right, you guys.
Yeah.
You want to go first or what?
I'm a little interested. What were you going to do?
I mean, I don't want to give up all my secrets.
No, then please go ahead, Fyrn. I'm very intrigued.
All right, stand back, everybody. Sean, I'm using my soaring thunder move to drop a giant rock on it and just break it open. I'm shooting a giant boulder at it.
Where are you doing this from?
Well, I make everybody go back, and then I do it at maximum range.
What is your maximum range? And okay, this is in the back of the tower, amongst rubble and debris. You need line of sight of it.
Okay.
Because otherwise you're throwing it through the rock of the tower, and you'd take you a couple throws to even get to it. Because it's it's a flat trap door, so it's not something that is just like a target from afar. You have to be able to see it.
I find the nearest wall to the trap door.
Okay.
I smash it until it breaks.
Okay.
And then I go outside and I do it from there.
All right, give me an attack roll on the wall behind the tower, right where you think this is.
Okay.
While Fyrn is doing this, I imagine the rest of the party is standing back, and Jacquet is just going, I thought for sure he actually had something. For once I believed he was actually going to do something clever. And sure enough, he's just trying to brute force his way through again.
But cleverly brute force. I got a 17 to hit.
I
just
would
hits,
argue
or
there's nothing clever
damages,
about this.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Because even if he hits it, there's no guarantee he's going to open it.
Right, and he also might cover the entrance too, which then we'll have to remove.
30, so 21 bludgeoning damage, 10 thunder damage.
This is all... Sorry.
No, please keep going.
But this is all, part of me. I'm just trying to, encourage my allies and, remember that I'm not the center of attention. Other people have good ideas.
Yeah.
Except for Fyrn. He doesn't.
Well, I'm going to go do a plan B.
Why don't you all just go join a cult somewhere? That sounds fun.
I still think it's a good idea.
Joining the cult is not the right verbiage. Infiltrating
is what I mean to say.
Coercing them to do our will instead of their Lord Raven. That is better.
Yeah, that's what I mean to say, just in your bard lingo.
Sounds ridiculous to me. I don't know how you're gonna convince fucking monsters to do anything that you want.
They're not monsters, they're allmen. They're people.
They're
just misguided people that need a course correction.
I mean, they're following, I don't know, this god of nothingness.
Well,
I will say,
Lord,
the context of the answers of these people do not seem as though they know they're worshiping something that is serving a far realm.
Right.
Right, but either way, they're trying to find a fullness in their lives with this god.
Very similar to Septimus.
Sort of.
I think Septimus.
I know I'm right.
All right, Fyrn, you do damage the wall with this. It doesn't crack open. It does. You just see some of the stonework kind of dents in, and you see a lot of dust shoot out from the individual sort of old mortar of the tower. It looks as though one more hit might do it if you reach the damage threshold. There are
at 60
cracks
feet away
going up the wall.
Jacquet just casts knock on the door.
Okay.
Oh, good job, Fyrn.
Does not get rid of traps.
No.
Okay.
A target that is held shut by mundane lock or that is stuck or barred becomes unlocked, unstuck, or unbarred. If it's got arcane lock, it's suppressed. And there's a loud, audible knock that can be heard up to 300 feet away.
It's unlocked.
Jacquet walks up to within 30 feet and uses Mage Hand to open it.
Okay. All right. As the mage hand opens it up and no one is within 5 feet of the lock, Jacquet and everyone else just watches a massive pillar of fire shoots up from the trap door. A really flaming, really aggressively bright fire shoots up. Any remaining ice or snow on the tower immediately melts. The walls are soaked. There's actually a couple of fires on the old wood that has been within an instant dried out and then begins aflame. As this pillar of hellflame goes up, which would have dealt 9d10 damage to you if you had opened it up.
Oh. Well,
My goodness.
after seeing that, Sean, I'm gonna try something out.
I'm sorry, it would have been 10d10 fire damage.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Sean, I'm gonna try something out. What I'm gonna do hurt. I'm going to find one of the dead bodies. I'm gonna cast Animate Dead on this one.
Wait, weren't there only 3 and one of them's in your bag?
The head is.
That is for.
Oh,
Yeah.
can you
I guess
reuse
actually-
one of the ones that...
I would do actually
He's
need to
animating
know which one
dead,
you're animating.
Not speak with dead.
Maybe the first one.
Okay. I was just making sure because if you animated the one that you took the head off of, I was going to have the head animate in your bag of holding and just start chomping on things.
Yeah.
You mean Taniv?
So Taniv,
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
because there's no checks or anything, you just literally animate it, right?
Yeah, pretty sure.
All right, you choose a pile of bones or a corpse. All right, so you can choose. Okay, so they're not fully a skeleton; they're fleshy, so they would be a zombie.
Okay.
When you raise them.
Okay.
So yeah, you've got a zombie.
All right, kind of. You're
For
gonna
24 hours, you have a zombie.
you're gonna go down there. And you're gonna take my bird with you.
Why not just send Lolly Rock down?
In case there's another door needs to open up. Lollipop can't handle that.
Sorry, Lolly Rock can't open doors?
No.
If you turn
It's a
Lollyrock
bird.
into... Oh, wait, no, Lollyrock's not a full familiar. Never mind.
Why does it even matter? I bet
As
everything's
you're doing all of
bird-proof down
this,
there.
taking a lot of steps, as you get closer, you realize that this is a trapdoor to a small opening. It is not a room. It's not stairs. It's literally just like a 5x5 little space underneath the tower.
Cool,
I think
what's
all
in
that
it?
Fire in there.
You would find several backpacks. I would say 3 backpacks in there that have a variety of things within them.
Ooh.
If you open up one of the backpacks, you would see that it is covered in supplies. It has a bunch of supplies and food rations that are dried meats and dried hardtack. You might surmise this is Baron's cash.
Ah. Wait, where
Oh.
is Baron?
He's off scouting around.
Oh. I thought Jaquette told him to go get his cash.
He said,
I did, and he said
to
he
come
would
back.
get around to it later.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Never mind. Oh. Jeez.
Well, I wonder where he got that fiendish energy from.
Probably his previous patron.
Oh,
Well, I thought he said he got rid of his patron. He still carries some latent ability.
Maybe he's not being as truthful with us as we'd like. Well, I guess it's less truthful and more just not responding to the questions about his previous patron.
isn't that kind of one
And
and
or
the same?
being dodgy.
Well, I mean, I guess
No, there's nuance.
Yeah.
There's nuance.
I mean, it's not like he lied to us. It just, I don't know. It is whatever his business is.
Anyway, Tanov over here is going to come with us, probably. Right?
That's really
Put on the
upsetting.
sled, right?
You named it.
No, that was his name, remember?
Yeah.
The first question Bruce asked.
Oh. See, this is why this was a bad idea. Now you're gonna get attached. That was a person.
Yeah.
Was.
What?
Now it's a puppet. Anyways, let's investigate those magic items.
Wait. Bruce, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Oh my back.
But if it's the good kind of saving throw,
It
those
has
exist, right?
16.
Nope.
16. Okay.
There's two kind of saving throws in Sean's games. The ones that fuck you over are the ones that illuminate your backstory and or plot points.
Yeah,
Both of them are bad.
both of them are bad.
That is
Mhm.
unfortunately like the most astute analysis of my DM style.
Yeah, it's not about my backstory. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, you get a message from Granny.
His biggest secret is that's not even his real voice. He was just a big fan of a show called The Venture Brothers.
Actually, Bruce just suddenly is able to remember.
No. He tells people it's Venture Brothers, but it's actually Family Guy.
Yeah.
Bruce is a big Family Guy fan.
Yeah.
No, actually, it's from the Emperor's
Jokes
New
on
Groove.
all. Damn it! That's what I was gonna say.
Sorry, I could sense it as I started saying it. Oh no, this is what Shannon's doing.
Nah, he was actually a big fan of Putty.
Ha! That's all right. That's pulling from somewhere. All right, Bruce. You start to hear discordant voices in your head as necrotic energy peels from your hand up through your arm, scarring your arm as you're going to take some necrotic damage.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Is that the noise you make as you're getting necrotic?
You're gonna take 8 necrotic damage.
Ow.
As the
Button's
corruption
down.
of the scepter is bleeding into your flesh.
Oh, like the femur?
The femur. Sorry, I don't know why I'm talking like this.
Oh.
Yeah, it was upon you would have felt it upon finishing the cast of Animate Dead.
Was that technically a magical effect?
Yes, I would consider it a magical effect.
I think someone has advantage on.
Oh,
saving
that's right. You have a spell guard shield. Roll it again to see if that actually happened. Thank you, Stefan, for
You're
remembering
muted.
that
It's
spell guard
22.
shield. Okay,
Thank you for that.
so I
Stefan.
take that back. You don't take the damage. You do sort of get the vibe. You get the feeling. You feel like a headache. You
You
feel like
get a
something was affecting you with the magic of the femur. It almost is like it's less of like that immediate, like I said, scarring of necrotic energy and pain, and more of a like you almost feel gross. You feel disgusted almost. Like there's a little nausea from just using the necrotic energy of Radal's femur. But you don't take damage.
Bruce is just gonna put that away.
Yeah, okay. As you put it away, you open your bag to that freaking skull staring at you. As your spell guard shield lights up. Okay, that was a lot of clarification now to come to you have bags filled with goods.
Yeah.
What would you like to do next?
Short rest or
I wouldn't mind a rest, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a short rest here. Let's investigate those items
yeah.
and then go on from there.
I don't need to take a short rest, Sean, so I
You'll just
will
use the time to identify.
Yes, I'll just
Okay.
ritually cast everything.
All right. First item is the gem. It is a gem of brightness,
Classic.
which has 3 command
Thanks,
words
Galadriel.
with 50 charges. First command word sheds bright light and dim light in a certain radius. It lasts until you take a bonus action to turn it off. That's kind of its like permanent ability until you use all the charges. That does not cost any charges. This is a real item, so you could look it up.
So would you say it casts a light when all the light has gone out?
Yes, it also does more. It's better than the its second command word, which does cost charges, essentially causes it to become a flashbang grenade.
Dang.
You can fire brilliant beams of light at one creature you can see within 60 feet. They must succeed in a con save or be blinded for a minute. They repeat the save at the end of each of their turns.
Is it directed? Is it like beams
It's
of
targeted.
light?
It's targeted.
Okay, so it's like
Yeah.
fireworks.
Kind of, yeah. And then you can use 5 charges to flare with an intense light in a 30-foot cone. And everyone within that 30-foot cone gets affected by the same effect, the blinded for 1 minute. So it's a little better than a Galadriel gem, than the Star of Erendil. All right, so that's the first item.
Yay.
Second item, pretty simple. It's a +1 shield.
Wow.
Cool. I'll take it.
The last item is an interesting one, because in the process of identifying it, you identify that there's more magic than just the quiver.
Uh-oh.
So this is a quiver of Alana. It is a quiver with 3 compartments that connect to extra-dimensional space. It allows the quiver to hold numerous items while never weighing more than 2 pounds. It has a compartment that can hold ammo. It has a mid-sized compartment that can hold javelins or similar thrown objects like that. And then it has a compartment that can hold quarterstaffs, spears, bows, weapons, basically. But you discover that there's already stuff inside it that was not apparent just from looking at it. Now that you understand it and know how to access the extra-dimensional portals, you would find
Magic items within our magic item?
you would find 10 winged bolts, a +1 crossbow, and a javelin of lightning.
What I'm gonna do, Sean, is I'm gonna take out the javelin of lightning.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only one I'm gonna take out.
Sorry. There are 10 more ammos in there. There are 10 dried leeches attached to bolts.
Okay.
So you find 10 bolts that are weird because they have like almost infused, like almost like a reel, like a fishing reel, have these leeches sort of woven into the heads of the bolts.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna take out just the javelin of lightning, the quiver. I'm gonna walk over to Fyrn, throw it next to him while he's resting, and I'm gonna take the quiver and just hand it over to Jacquet.
What's this?
Check the pockets. I think you'll like what you see.
Is there another crossbow in here? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. You do what you want with it.
Is this a light hand or heavy crossbow, Sean?
It is a. I would actually say this is a heavy crossbow.
This is useless.
Right, I'll just put it in the to be sold bag if you want.
Okay, that's fair. Or maybe Fyrn can use it.
Oh, actually, that's a good point. Hey, Fyrn.
What?
I dump another item in front of him. You want these?
Fine. I just take them all and put them in my bag.
Well, to be clear, you just get the +1 heavy crossbow.
Jacques keeps the quiver and the ammo.
So the bolts that only the crossbow can fire?
Nope.
No.
His crossbow can fire them too.
Yep. The crossbow is in case you want to do something at range that isn't the rock. If that's not your style, that's fine. But I don't think anyone else here can use a martial ranged weapon. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone? Heavy crossbow? Anyone?
That's correct.
No? No?
How does this thing work? I look at it and I pull it back and I just aim it at Jaquette and pull the trigger and it just springs and nothing comes out.
Roll me a
D20,
D20.
but I know you shouldn't
Fyrn.
dry fire it.
What?
Is it
Everybody
roll me a
was
D20?
talking at the same
Sorry,
time.
roll me a D20.
Don't you know not to dry fire weapons? You're gonna damage it.
I did a dexterity check, which doesn't seem right.
What is the dice?
What do I roll?
What was the roll? You rolled
A
a 4.
D20. Just roll a D20.
Just a D20.
Well, you rolled a 4.
Okay.
Yeah, just take the roll.
With a 4, there is this really unfortunate like cracking sound of the heavy crossbow's dry fire, and there is a splinter in the bow of it.
You know, twice now, I was like, let's be nice to Fyrn. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
When have you
Twice
ever
now.
been nice to me?
I guess nice isn't the right word. Giving you the benefit of the doubt. Saying, okay, Fyrn, you have an idea. You can try to open the trap door. And instead, you start smashing down the walls of the tower. And then I'm like, okay, Fyrn, here's this nice item for you that might be beneficial. And the first thing you do is... It's not ruined by any stretch of the imagination, but it is damaged.
Yeah, we can't sell it for as much anymore.
So you give me a weapon that has nothing in it, and expect it to be useful to me how?
And now you go ahead and throw my kindness back in my face. You know what?
Yep.
Keep it. And Jacques just gets up and walks away. Just gets up and walks away.
Okay. You have the items that I just said. And you can complete your long rest. Short rest. Short rest. Short rest. Short rest.
Yeah.
The area seems rather quiet considering the place you're in. This without the Scathulum here. For once, it almost feels like a normal environment. But it's around the end of your short rest that you would hear Baron return on the back of his axe beak.
Ah, Baron, we found your stash.
Could have been nice to give us a warning.
He kind of like rears the axe beak up and kind of does that thing where it rides back and forth, and he has to turn his head on each side before leaping off and saying, "I wouldn't. Well, you're all in one piece, I can see. So you." And then he looks over and sees the scorch marks on the tower. Told you that I would deal with that when I returned.
In our defense, we didn't actually know it was yours.
Yes, the trapdoor that leads to the cache, the only trapdoor you found, I presume?
Yeah. That was also guarded by fiendish magic. Do you want to explain that, or do you just want to, continue dodging questions?
Dodging questions?
Well, it's just whenever we ask you about your history, your past, you're very open about your connection with otherworldly entities, but not really getting into specifics. I guess we know the specifics of some of your dealings with the tree lady, whatever the fuck her name was.
Mother Vine.
Mother Vine.
Tree lady's a better name, I think. But what's this fiendish magic you use to protect your stash?
I have nothing to hide. I had cured and retained some magic of my bonds. Septimus has gone deaf because I think his headphones have died. I've retained the... Oh, I'm sorry, Septimus. Should I wait to continue? Can you hear?
Yep. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, you're good. I retained access to some magics after the ending of my dealings. They are not permanent magics, though. They are temporary, since I do not have the bonds to my patron connected anymore. And he kind of looks over to Sass at that moment. Just a quick side eye, and says, so there are some carefully laid traps around my route that are single use at each cache.
So you could have reused that one?
Not if it was triggered by an enemy. But if
that's what I'm saying, if we had let it...
If you waited for me to disarm it, it would be viable.
Well, Baron, look at it this way. If we're successful in our quest to the north, you won't ever have to come back this way and use your stashes, because peace and tranquility will return to the plains of the frigid north.
Bruce can make you another one, right, Bruce?
Whatever.
Bruce can replace that one.
See, you've already taken out the cache.
In my defense, I did suggest you see your cache first.
Hold on. Let's all just calm hostilities for a second.
I wanted to ensure it was a calm space we could do so in. Fair enough, though. Take all of it. It will be useless here otherwise. And he goes to each of the bags and starts to sift through them and look through them. Yak Speaks can take them. And I suppose you're right, Jacquette. Everything is resolved in this journey. I should no longer need to make it.
You wouldn't happen to have made a deal with Ro, would you?
The revelry?
Yes, yeah.
Said I was a warlock, not a cleric.
Looking over at Saskia. Yeah, but You know what? Fair. My apologies.
You know, Fyrn, I'm very curious about. Maybe this is something we talk about later, but I would be interested in knowing who you worked for. And if it is potentially the same person that I now work for.
Now work for?
Oh yeah, I kind of switched. I didn't really think it through. It was a spur of the moment decision, and I thought it was it was for the party, a little bit for me, but
We can speak about it later in a different time. I need to rethink a few things, and if you wish to leave today, get everything ready.
Right. Okay. Sounds good.
So we're very close to the base of the mountain. We could begin our ascent today. It's early enough.
Right, let's do that. I can help.
Question: did our axe beaks get a short rest as well?
Yes.
How do we calculate their health? What's their guy?
It should. Is it not?
Is it on the thing?
It might be on the stat blocks.
Okay, I didn't even look. I'll look.
Think you gotta calculate it or something?
I think it's D8s.
Yeah, they have.
It's just-
They
Number of
have
D8
11 D8s. They have
Okay,
your
okay.
level
Yeah.
of D8s.
Okay, dokie. Thank you. I should have just looked.
No, you're good. It's a new system.
Well, it depends on the axe beak. I think Char has less health.
There is a
Char has more
moment
health.
before we go. There's a moment before we go.
Mhm.
Septimus would want to approach Baron at some point.
Yeah, you can approach him while
100%.
he's saddling up the cache with his axe beak.
I hope it didn't come Baron,
Septimus.
I know things were a little tense there. And I think I'll speak for myself, but try to have it be for the whole party as well. I didn't want to break any sort of trust that we have together right now. Whatever sort of dealings that you have or power that you may have is your business. Just know that us taking a look into your stash was not trying to violate your privacy. I saw some latent fiendish magic. I didn't even think that it might have belonged to you. As far as everybody else's accusations, they get a bit curious. Which is, I'm sure you can understand. Between us, so long as you can guarantee that whatever you're dealing with or whatever your powers are not going to put us at any danger, then I'm willing to accept whatever that is. So long as we tackle our true enemy, the Herald.
Septimus, give me a persuasion roll with advantage.
21.
Okay. As you're saying this in the beginning of your proposal to him there, he is like, just kind of like, huffing a little bit and tying off the bags. And you see like he very like, kind of like, he's not being shifty necessarily, but he's definitely like being protective of his belongings.
Yeah.
More so than before, where he was just like throwing rashers of bacon at you guys, giving you everything he had. But as you're saying this, he does kind of like turn and look to you, especially when you say like, as long as you can promise there's nothing that's going to interfere with our aligned goals. He pauses there, and kind of just like hits the bags a little bit with his hand, hits the knots that he tied.
I've appreciated everything that your party has done for Sekanto, and the understanding that your party has had of my past. I don't reveal that often to folk I meet, but you're the first people I've met in years. I suppose I can share a little with you, if it will help bridge this trust.
I'll leave that at your discretion, because I want you to remain trustful of us as well. You're alone, from we all know each other. I just came over to let you know that you are not some sort of pawn for us. We do value, at least I do, value everything you've done to help.
I appreciate that, Septimus. And perhaps when we find time of rest, I can share more. But what I'll tell you for now, the devil I served, the devil that I was bound to, he's dead. He's destroyed. And I have no allegiances to the hells. I escaped with some magics that I have used to my advantage. That's all I'll say for now. If you have other questions, when we find somewhere to rest up there, you can come back to me.
Fair enough. And then before leaving fully, he'll just debrief him about everything we learned with the dead people, just so he knows.
And like it's like as you're debriefing with all of that, like it's like very quickly the tension of that all leaves as he's just like consistently like fucking nuts. Just like everything you're saying is just like, Jesus Christ, I thought I was just leading you up into the mountains. I was gonna be able to you're gonna deal with everything and I'll come home and just have a life. And he's just like Scathfulum? Dreadlords? Shadowfell?
There's more moving parts to this area than just the Herald. But the only good news we share of it is that they're not allies.
They're not. You sure of that?
From what the corpses had told Bruce, he said that their lord wishes to usher in a savior for themselves, for all men. And when asked directly if that includes the Herald, the answer was yes.
But what exactly did they say?
They said that they were willing sacrifices into the communion with, they didn't call it Scathfulum, but with...
What about the Herald? To remind you, they said the
they called it something else.
Said Lord Raven
Spectre.
protects us from the specter of death.
Spectre of death, okay. They said that Lord Raven protects them from the specter of death.
It's just a, call it, healthy skepticism from me. Corpse of a Cultist. Could that just simply be what Lord Raven tells them?
Possible. We're thinking we need to find the lady
Vanya.
Vanya. Find Lady Vanya. See if there's a way
Amelia.
we can learn more from her and whoever's following her. But this is what we're going off for now.
Yes, that makes sense. Find the sources if we need to. But, Herald of Death, a cult that leads unsuspecting victims into his lair. Of course, I'm also going off of exactly what you have, and I'm just thinking about all the edges. You're probably correct that they're two different factions, but it's the first I've heard of another faction in the Gosu Haunt. Of course, I've been isolated, and they've kept, as you've said, to this monastery, it seems, but it just seems convenient. Anyway, there's much to do. We'll be ready to depart within the hour.
Very good. I'll leave you to it then.
Okay. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before Baron announces that you're all ready to begin your ascension?
Fyrn during the short rest has been like standoffish and like basically scouting the whole time as much as he could. And then, as soon as we're ready to go, he like immediately hops on getting all of the new supplies packed up on the birds and everything, and getting ready as quickly as possible.
Okay. All right. You can hop on your axe beaks, and it is not far to get to the base of the mountain. Takes you about 45 minutes to get to the bottom of the mountain. The hills and forest very quickly turn to really rocky and stone steps that then kind of or cliffs. And at a certain point, you kind of get to this sort of edged plateau where you're kind of staring down at a small river that descends from the mountain and then kind of like leads into a tributary that you imagine those gorges you passed by earlier are fed from. And you see now just shooting up into the sky are these peaks of mountains up above the clouds. Now you can see kind of like a pathway upwards, but it is certainly not a path. It is absolutely a climb that you're going to be doing, and a long climb and an arduous climb. Now, Baron, before you go, lays out kind of like a really rough map of the north, and he says, "We're going to need to make a rather zigzag climb from the base up to this point here, which is the first place I typically camp out. There's a rather shallow cave that can protect us from the winds. From there, we need to move this way towards the waterfalls that feed that tributary," as he points to the small river. "Here, there's a bit of a frozen lake that I usually try to bypass, wrap around, and find footing on the other side of it. From there, we have a direct descent upwards to the first point of Summalto."
Sean, looking at the map, can I identify the location where we saw the light from last night?
Yeah, you would definitely. It's definitely not in the mountains. You can see that it's directly west of your current position.
So yeah, they took the direct route that had more
Exactly.
enemies, right?
Mhm,
Okay.
Exactly. The direct descent leads us to the Pilgrim's Terrace, an old entrance to Summalto reserved for the old monks and priests of the city. Those who were going through what I presume was a task to climb to prove their worth. Once we're in there, we can make our way where I need and where you need. The city is large and split by old bridges and tunnels. So depending on where you need to go, would determine our path once we reach the Pilgrim's Terrace. Now, climbing gear can save your life in this situation. Of course, I know you're all skilled and talented in magics, but this can be life and death climbing the mountain. And while there are not undead roaming around, we're definitely still vulnerable to the elements. So, in some situations, we may still need to employ stealth.
Damn.
Uh-oh.
Primarily here, as he points to the frozen lake plateau.
And what resides there that we need to stealth through or by from?
I have never had to find that answer out.
But you know something's there.
There's traces. Certainly nothing you all can handle. He kind of smiles to you all.
So,
Certainly
just,
better than a horde of undead guarding the steps.
just so you're aware, Baron,
Yes.
when we get to our destination, you can make it back on your own, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right, just making sure.
I have my own mission in Summalto.
Oh,
Acquire
all right.
more blessed root sproutlings. Blessed
All right.
wort. I'm of course willing to stay with you through your ventures. But if you need me to depart and you do your own business, then that can be the end of our accord.
No, I just was clarifying to you that we're not going to travel back with you.
Oh, yeah, I never expected you to. Unless you needed me
Oh.
to bring you back. But
All right.
based on your ambitions, and he does this kind of hand gesture pointing at all of you, like, I presumed we might split up once we've arrived. If necessary. Anyway. Get your climbing gear ready. The Axe Beaks can handle things on their own, though I suggest we lead them and not be on their backs. They're rather well skilled to the ascent. They'll be very slow.
Very well.
I'd much rather prioritize our own ascent and let them catch up to us if necessary.
Yeah, Fyrn would take a few packs off Char and basically strap them to himself. Just say I could carry more while we're climbing, take the weight off others, if that helps.
The X-Speaks tend to know how to find the old goat roads. So as long as we don't get too far from them, they'll follow.
Very good.
Well then. Shall we?
Onward, my friends, to victory.
Lead the way.
Does everybody have their climber's kits if necessary?
Yep, I got mine. As I cast air bubble on myself and I hop in a bag.
All right. Lollyrock grabs onto the bag. and I imagine just follows the party.
I do before I do that though. I do hand
You do.
to Jacquet rope of climbing.
Gracias. That's
Uh,
Domus Aaron for the. You're welcome.
Is this the same bag of holding that there's a head in?
No. There's 2 bags of holding.
That's right. Oh, this is the one you emptied all the water out of. You're muted.
This one has the infernal lockbox though.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't
Don't
the
have it,
infernal
no.
lockbox?
No, he lends it to you.
Oh no,
Um,
you gave me the
the
papers.
Scroll, yeah.
All right. So Bruce is in his lockbox or a bag of holding, as that is following the party. Baron will lead the way. What is the marching order of the rest of the party?
Hands out front.
Duckwet's in the back.
Septimus is after Baron.
I'll
Or
be
after Fyrn, I
behind-
guess.
I'll
And
go behind Septimus.
Technically, Lollyrock could actually scout up front.
But
Sure you
can
want
only
that?
alert you of what's going on, and you're in a bag.
Correct.
Yes.
Right. But then I can eventually message you guys too.
Oh, that's true.
That's true.
I have to
Yeah.
remain in there, and I can pop my head out every so often.
Mm-hmm.
As we begin our ascent, Sean, I would like to cast Levitate on myself every 10 minutes and use that to help myself climb so I'm not exerting a ton of energy.
Wow. That's completely at will. It doesn't cost anything, right?
Correct, Mundo. It's concentration. but,
Okay, so if you take damage, you have to.
Look at me using my spells.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good, actually, for this climb. Okay, so Sass is levitating. Okay. Bruce is flying in his bag. Aaron, Fyrn, Septimus, and Jacquet are roughing it. The rope of climbing, what does that do?
It's 60 feet long. I can hold up to 3,000 pounds, and while holding one end, magic action to command the other end to animate and move toward a destination. And then it pulls you. Oh, well, every 6 seconds it moves 10 feet. Until it reaches its destination or until you tell it stop. You can also tell it to fasten itself securely to an object or unfasten itself to not sell or coil itself for carrying.
Okay. So it's basically like a slow grappling hook.
Yeah. And it also grants advantage. When you tell the rope to knot, it makes large knots appear at 1-foot intervals, which shortens it to 50 feet of length, but grants advantage on ability checks made to climb.
And that's for anybody.
Yes.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. So, the way this is going to work is that for those of you who don't have a magical reason that keeps you from having to exert yourself, you will need to make Constitution checks as you're climbing for your climbing abilities. Sass, you don't need to make these checks. And Jacquet, so long as the rope is the thing pulling you up, you don't need to make these checks.
Cool.
Alrighty. So, Baron leads you guys kind of like on a rounded path around the gorge that the bottom of the river has delved into the earth up to an area where you can start climbing. The first leg of the journey is actually relatively easy because you're mostly still walking and hiking. in the lower hills of the mountains. You're starting to get really large vista views, though, the higher and higher you get, where you can start to see more of the region. Now, there are still areas that are largely cloaked in fog. Like you can see in the distance towards Sercanto, and towards where Stormbreaker Landing most likely is, way off in the distance. There is these large wisps of fog that clog up the forests below. You can also see kind of like the gradation of the forest, where there's sort of these like black and green pine areas that kind of like leach into these red areas where you can surmise there's this blood infection in the trees that you went through in the first road through the area. And it's about like an hour or so that you're in these relatively simple ascent that is largely more hill-like and cliff-like than it is a vertical ascent. In a few places, you might have to do a little bit of a running start and jump to the next spot, but nothing that is so dangerous that you have a serious risk of failing. Not with you, grizzled adventurers.
So
It's about an hour or two in, though, that it starts to get significantly steeper. In this area is where you can stay on your axe beak still a little bit, but where soon you're going to have to get off your axe beaks and climb yourselves, while the axe beaks follow slowly at their own pace. You keep going up and up and up, and it's at this height that you can get a really, really wide vista of the landscape around. It starts to fade off, of course, towards Stormbreaker's Landing and the coast, where it's much harder to see because it's so far away. But I would say for anyone with a 14 or higher passive perception, you can see an area of cloudiness in the distance towards the east, that the clouds are sort of intermingled with a dark black, more smoke-like clouds. There's just some sort of like dark clouds bleeding into the otherwise white and gray clouds. It does not look like a storm. It looks like smoke more so than clouds.
And this is off to the east by where we would assume the water is, the ocean, the shore.
Correct.
Turning to Baron, Jacquet goes,
Baron, any insight into what might be causing those dark smoke clouds?
Oh, over there to the east, that's the Eld Rock region. Mount Eld. It's an active volcano.
Mount Eld volcano. Wasn't there something about a volcano with Fyrn's brother?
Who?
Didn't when I looked in on him, he was sitting at the base of a volcano? Is that me?
Along the shore, there's a volcano.
I do recall that.
Well, at least we know where to go. If we decide to look for Fyrn's brother.
Right then. Well, Baron just keeps like moving you guys along.
Yeah. I had Mount Aldhalor. Is that the same one?
Yeah, that is the same one.
My brother.
Fyrn just is tight-lipped and looks towards. He keeps looking back at the smoke, but like is still not saying anything about, what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
We need to pass that way to get to the Einso Plateau.
Mount Eld?
No, we're bypassing that pathway by climbing the mountain. Mount Eld is part of the eastern wings of the Palo Alto Alps. It's not along our journey here.
Very well then.
That would require us to follow the eastern wing of the mountains, completely take us the eastern direction away from Summalto. If that's somewhere you need to go in the future, I could help you.
Well, the person we're looking for was there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he is still there. As his goal, I think, will lead him, if not towards Summalto, then towards the ice fields, whatever they're called.
The Einso Plateau is where we rumored that the temple that I seek is. I believe if we continue heading that way, we are more likely to come across my brother.
Well, fine. He's out here. I hope that your brother's not alone. And Baron just kind of whips his or no, he's off the axe beak. He just starts heading up the hill, pulling his axe beak along the way. About a half hour away from when we need to start using our climbing equipment.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
So, about 20 minutes, half hour comes along, and then it's where it starts to get so rocky that it becomes a climbing scenario. There are certainly like ledges and platforms, like you're not just free climbing the whole way, but you're definitely moving your way towards wherever Baron leads you along what he is deeming the path of least resistance and the path that leads the way you want to go. You kind of went through the zigzags of the lower ridges, and now you're ascending to the first place where he said there's a shallow cave to rest in. So I'm going to need those of you who do not have magical means of climbing to give me Constitution saving throws.
Okay.
Come on, friends, you got this.
Which saving throw is it? Constitution, you said?
Constitution, yeah.
So just to clarify, I don't think the rope of climbing pulls me up. It just makes it easier to climb.
Okay, then you can do advantage for this.
Okay. And it's not like an athletics check or something. It's Constitution.
It's Constitution. This is not about your skill to do it. It's about your endurance.
Well, thank God for that advantage, because that was a 1.
Ooh.
And then a 19.
Okay. Septimus?
15.
Okay.
Oh.
Fyrn?
I got
Feels
a 12.
Okay.
I've been rolling bad tonight.
No,
Okay.
Fyrn.
All right.
So the rope of climbing isn't just like anyone can use it. So I think that we would all be using it. Right? Like there's no reason not to.
Yeah, I guess
right?
I need you guys to tell me what you're doing. I guess is what it is. If you're either just
That's
climbing or you're telling me how you're using these items. So if you're just like latching each other to your climbing equipment, then you're climbing like normal. But if we're taking the time to shoot the rope of climbing up and everyone climbs up it, then everyone gets the advantage.
I was gonna say I have a climber's kit, which allows you to anchor yourself every 25 feet, so you don't fall, an extreme level.
Yeah, and this con save is not determined if you fall or not. This con save is about you are climbing a mountain, and climber's kit makes it so you don't fall, but it makes it you're still climbing a mountain,
right,
as opposed to just walking. But if you're using the rope of climbing for everybody and just sending it up, and then using the climber's kit to anchor yourself while you're climbing the rope of climbing, then everyone gets the advantage on this con save.
That seems
So
like the
let's
right way to do it.
that.
Excellent. Then let's do that. So Fyrn, go ahead and roll a second roll for that.
I took the fast pass option. I'm just waving at everybody as you go by.
Oh, sorry. If we're gonna be really technical about this, how are you moving with the levitate spell? Because it's not like you can just
No, so if there's
a
something
wayward
I
gust
can,
of wind.
if there's something I can hold on to, like there's ledges and rocks poking out and all that, I can use that to propel myself upwards.
She could also use the rope of climbing, and just not
Right.
expend her energy to climb.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 27 on the second roll.
All right, perfect. Then everyone is climbing nice and dandy through this first leg of the journey. Septimus, you struggle a little bit. Maybe it's because of all the heavy machinery incorporated into your body. But everyone is able to keep their
your
cool,
opinion?
climbing up. Does anyone have proficiency in survival?
No.
No.
Okay.
I've got City Boy survival.
Does anyone have any means of assisting Baron in his belaying and planning of this path? Because he's going to roll a survival check.
I can
Sorry, this is
pop my head
this
up.
is
and say,
dim.
"Hey, there's a rock over there.
So go
Sorry,
ahead.
this is dim light
Yes.
that we're in. I can fly. I could just fly.
Okay.
So
Bat.
Quet is flying ahead with flies ahead with the rope, anchors it. Everyone goes, and then we can just do that. Or everyone hangs onto the rope. No, he's not strong enough to do that. I mean, I guess he could fly Saskia.
Fyrn has been reading about nature and things. Like, maybe could I help him with the survival with a nature check to just know the mountain?
No.
Okay.
And I
So
give
I
him
have,
the endurance I'm not spending.
I do have Jack of all trades, so I have half proficiency in survival.
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Very high proficiency. It's like any kind of I'm not just asking for the help action. It's also do you have a guidance spell you can use on them? Do you have bardic inspiration?
Bardic inspiration.
Do you have something,
Well, yeah,
another
I
skill
could-
you want to use?
I can point at a rock for him and tell him, yeah, that's a nice rock to anchor yourself to for +5.
He's got a map.
Jacques will give him that extra d6.
Not saying you have to do this. I'm just asking you guys what you're doing.
Sorry, the DM wants us to clarify, and now we're all pissing our pants.
You want guidance, Baron? All right, here you go. They show up in a little bag.
Because there's just going to be at
him a
certain
high five.
intervals, there's going to be con checks for your endurance. Those of you, of course, with magic don't need to. But Baron is survival checking you guys through this. So any help that can be given, you can give to improve the chances of success and decrease the chances of obstacles.
Not success.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I give him a d6 bardic inspiration, because what else the fuck am I?
Oh, Sean, what I can do is actually I can cast enhance ability on him and give him
Give him advantage.
Advantage on wisdom.
Perfect. All right, so first check of the climb for Baron's guidance. All right. Okay. So Baron is plus. Baron has a plus. All right. Wow, excellent. So with the with that influence, in this first leg of the journey, you all make very good time. So with the advantage and with the bardic inspiration, actually because of the bardic inspiration, you guys make quicker pace with less obstacles. So you're rapidly climbing up this first ascent. And it does take some time to do this, and it will take him one more check to get you to the first anchor point that he talked about. It's basically going to be 2 checks or 2 skill challenge areas in each of the regions. So the first steep climb, the ice lake area, and then the final ascent. So okay. Disadvantage is doing wonders for Baron. Okay, so in this second bout of climbing, so the first bout was overwhelmingly successful. You guys just kept climbing up. This second bout is successful. There's a few moments as you're all climbing that you're, not those of you with magical assistance, but Fyrn and Septimus, you're starting to feel the strain on your muscles. Can both of you give me Constitution saving throws?
With advantage?
With advantage, so long as you're using the rope of climbing.
Boy. 28.
That was your first roll, right, Septimus?
Wait, I have advantage?
Yeah, so if you're all using the rope of climbing.
Oh my god.
You're using the rope, right?
This whole time, Septimus is just like freehanding it. Everyone else is just using this rope to climb up.
So Sean,
12.
I have this ability. It's called Dark One's Own Luck. It's the language says it's me. It's what I use. Might I be able to gift it to one of my companions?
Does it say you can do that?
No.
Then no.
What if I said pretty please? Okay.
Nope.
Sorry, Seb.
What if we just erased own and wrote everyone?
Maybe if we play in the Shannon and Clay edition of D&D.
That would be fun.
I
think we should do that.
With the rules.
Although technically with the new Flash of Genius, you can give him +5 if you wanted to on his saving throw.
I will do that.
This is where Bruce is like, nah.
Nah.
So if you add +5 to your roll, what do you get, Septimus? Because you would fail with it.
17.
Yeah. Okay. Due to Bruce's Flash of Genius, which I don't know what it looks like in this situation.
In this situation, it's literally just Lollyrock like flying by his face, and then that causes him to stumble and catch himself properly.
Yeah, what I'll say is Lollyrock literally, there's a moment there, Septimus, where you're holding on to the rope of climbing and you're belaying up and you are kind of like stuck in a moment where you're like, all right, do I grab onto this rock or do I keep pulling myself up? I'm slipping. Oh no. And then Lollyrock comes flying around and lands right on the perfect rock for you to grab to keep yourself from falling.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
And then flies away with this little colorful bag in his talons.
Sure.
I was about to have Lollyrock literally do like the cartoon, like flies up and hits you in the butt, pushing you up. But thankfully to the buffs given to Baron, you don't meet any serious complications on this first leg of the journey. And everyone is able to maintain their constitution and therefore not suffer any points of exhaustion moving up.
Yay.
So it pulls you all up to this first location. So you get up and it's getting more and more uncomfortable as you climb. Like I said, it's incredibly brutally cold on this mountain. In the same way I described last week, where your magic might be keeping you protected, but you're feeling that intense cold.
Brr.
Thankfully, today is not a wildly windy day, but just the like light breeze when it touches your skin does feel like daggers a little bit, just from the sheer cold of it. Everything is starting to get more and more frozen. So there's a lot more places where there's a lot of ice, there's some dormant snow all around, and it is now reaching a point where there's snow everywhere, and some places that snow is rather deep too, in surprising ways. So you have to be very careful for crevasses, anything that might be a potential danger here. Sudden gorges that you might not see. This is going to be where the survival checks are going to be even more important in this sense. You know, these survival checks before were just to prevent complications, for Baron to avoid loose stones, guide you along the right way. Here there might be risks to a little bit more risk. All right, but before we do that, I think we're going to jump to a quick break.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, we'll be right back, folks. We're going on a break, and then they will begin the second part of their ascent towards the frozen lake.
Sure.
Be back soon. welcome back, everybody. Our heroes are climbing the Palo Alto Alps to get to Summalto. They made it through the lower passes quite easily, actually, thanks to their magic and thanks to Baron's guidance. They are now on the second leg of the journey, leading up to the frozen lake, where they'll need to make 2 more survival checks to make it there without complications. You've been traveling for quite a few hours at this point. So I believe the enhanceability has worn off. Would you like to cast it again?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll use my second level slot to do that.
Okay. Gives Baron advantage.
And I give him Bardic Inspiration.
Alrighty then. Passes with flying colors, letting you guys ascend even further without any issues.
Nice.
Our non-magical boys can give us those Constitution saving throws with advantage.
Or magical.
Okay, differently magical boys.
Not 20, Sean, which is a 30.
Nice.
17.
All right, you both maintain your breath and your composure, and you don't climb too fast or too slow, so you don't get exhausted as you're climbing. All right. So as you're climbing this leg of the journey, you would hear in the distance, anyone with a 15 or higher passive perception would hear the sounds. It sounds a lot like an eagle screech in the distance. But you don't notice any imminent danger, and there are no complications.
Cool.
Almost as if Baron's guidance led you away from where there might be something with that roll.
Thank goodness.
Sweet.
All right. 4th roll of this hike. If this is successful, you will have reached the frozen lake region with no complications. Just brute climbing. And every now and then you look down and you can see the axe beaks just doing this like really careful dance and using their beaks to kind of like grab onto areas to allow them to pull themselves up.
Bardic Inspiration.
Hell yeah. The advantage has been really helpful, actually. And the Bardic Inspiration has been getting you guys to the, like, abundantly successful. So you're making very good time. And little to no, and by little to no, I mean no complications occurring. There is certainly an environment that you're noticing could be quite dangerous, but you have abundant resources to help you with this. So it's been pretty successful.
I feel like Jacquette's Bardic Inspiration is very akin to a cheerleader, but it's Jacquette doing it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like all right, come on, Baron, you can do it. That's right. That's our little ranger. And like said by anyone else, it might be like, a little more
Condescending.
Yeah. But Jacquette's just, you can tell he's really believes in Baron. So.
Yeah, everyone's
or
like,
at least he can make Baron believe that Jacquette believes in him.
Yeah, that's actually probably more accurate. All right, so it's at the end of these, I'll say, 4-ish hours of climbing, that you reach an area where you can stop and rest for a moment. So where you are now is the winds are a little bit stronger just because you're higher up on the mountain, but not reaching a point where, say, like, it would affect ranged attacks. It is certainly extremely cold. You're kind of in like a little alcove, and you're in a region where there is more of a ledge that you'll be walking along as opposed to climbing up at this point. Baron lets you all know that about a half hour along this ledge would bring you to the region where you have to pass by a frozen lake on the side of the mountain, where there are some pretty intense waterfalls that are bleeding down to feed the tributary below. I do think that we will need to stay as close to the edge as possible for that region. Bruce, is there something you want to share with the class?
No. One of my party members is
Oh.
making me laugh.
Oh, God. Your side chats. Anyway. He lets you know that you're going to need to probably use stealth to get across the lake. Or be careful when crossing that region, because it's particularly dangerous. The ice can crack, and there can be unexpected flows of water when the ice is cracking.
How large is this lake? Do you expect us to take a long time traveling through it?
No, it wouldn't be a long travel. It wouldn't be a long journey. It's just each step would be very careful. It's easier. It's a shorter journey directly across the lake, but I'd rather not walk over the ice. I'd rather go around it.
Right.
Do you still have that very handy spell that cloaks us in shadows?
Of course I do. I wouldn't. If I didn't have it, I'd say we need to just address whatever's there, based on some of your party members' stealth abilities.
Everyone looks at Septimus.
I mean, we all know. Like, at this point, it doesn't even make me feel bad anymore.
I mean, Fyrn's just as bad. He just gets lucky.
But there's something about Septimus that just always seems
This is-
critically worse.
Well, it's a
Septimus.
septitis. It's a septitis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I have anything to help? I don't think so. No. Ooh, no. All right, no.
Okay. All right. So,
Wait.
yes.
What if I bless myself?
No, that's
No, I
attack
think that's
rolls.
only
and
attack
That's
save
attack
rolls.
rolls. You're right. Never mind. I know how
You
it was.
Good thought.
can give yourself guidance.
Jacquet will give you some bardic inspiration. As
Okay.
That's
All right.
to
So
potentially offset the septitis.
Hopefully.
Baron is going to cast Pass Without a Trace. Once you guys get closer, but
Mhm.
he leads you along the side of the mountain. Where you find yourselves on a very narrow ledge. Very much so think the Caradhras scene in Lord of the Rings, where they're passing on the mountain and they're along that ledge on the side.
Oh boy.
So those of you who might have any fear of heights, this is probably the worst leg of the journey for you. I mean, this entire journey sucks, but I don't think anyone here has a fear of heights. Maybe Bruce, but he's in a bag.
Yeah.
How can he fear what he can't see?
Exactly. But you kind of like go along this sort of like curved spine on the side of the mountain before eventually you round the corner and you can kind of see it's where there's these two pillars of the mountain that kind of lead down a gorge, connecting at the end where it's very dark and you can't really see what's at the ends of this lake, other than you can hear a waterfall that feeds the lake behind it, and you can see on the edges where the lake's ice kind of cracks and other waterfalls bleed down into below, eventually collecting into the tributary that feeds the main river of the region. It is a pretty far view across this frozen lake. It's probably like a from the parts that you can see, it's probably maybe like 300 feet across.
Arguably, you'd probably call it a frozen pond, but no one's arguing right now. So
This seems more like a pond than a lake.
he casts Pass Without a Trace. All right, we'll keep to the edge of the pond, and
Just saying.
try not to disturb it.
I'll do my best.
Anyone with a 18 or higher passive perception?
Me.
It's very cold in this region, so you can't really. There's not a lot of odors on the wind, but you do get a faint smell of cinnamon on the air. It seems to be coming from the deeper caverns of the sort of walls of rock that surround this half of this lake. Stealth checks, my friends, with +10.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I only got a 33. Only.
So you said +10.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then I have inspiration, so
It's D6 on
Plus
top
D6.
of it.
I do have to ask you guys to make these checks for your axe beaks as well.
Oh.
You can keep yourselves clustered to get the +10. It's just going to be a really tight cluster.
Let me see what the axe beak stealth is. It's probably 0.
it is for me. Alright, so
They
that is
get
a
the
straight-
+10 as well.
Ooh.
Can someone roll for Sass and
Hershey.
Hershey? Thank you.
Hershey's got a +4 to Dex.
It's because he's a dexterous boy.
Since Sass isn't touching the ground while she's levitating.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that will inform her stealth check. I still want the stealth check for other purposes,
sure.
but for that will help inform it.
Oh, I got a nat 20.
Nice. What did Fyrn get?
22 with the added bonus.
Wow, Char's almost as stealthy as Jacques right now.
He is black. He's been hiding. He's camoed.
In this snowy environment.
Yeah, in the shadows.
On the excerpts of this like rounded frozen lake where it's like the most obvious for someone to be. It's more so the Pass Without a Trace of Baron is more so like almost like collecting snow to conceal yourselves a little bit, like the nature magic of it. Septimus, what did you get?
14.
With the +10?
Yeah. And the +6.
And the
I
how
rolled
is
a
that
3.
possible?
I rolled a 3.
Oh, what did you roll on the Bardic Inspiration? A 1?
A 1.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you said +6, so I was like, that's not math.
No, on the +D6. Yes.
And Scorch?
18.
The flaming red chocobo did better than you. Bruce, what'd you get?
Oh, I'm rolling.
Oh wait, you're in a bag. Never mind.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, you are rolling in a bag.
Ooh.
No, you don't need to do a stealth check. And then what did Cheddar get?
Cheddar got a 27 with the +10.
Nice. And then Sass?
Saskia got a 26.
Okay. And Hershey?
Hershey got a 15.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, as you're all carefully stepping across the edges of something,
I don't want to use Sass's inspiration that she has with Hershey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. As you all are stepping across this, a few things that could sort of happen. There's sort of this ominous energy that's coming from these dark caverns beyond, that even if doesn't matter what you roll, doesn't matter, there's just an energy in this environment that is bleeding from there. Septimus, you can kind of have that sense of a smell of cinnamon in the air. As you're stealthing across, there's a moment where Hershey gets a little spooked. Not by like a giant monster or anything, but by this strange little bird that kind of pops out of the snow. Its head pops out of the snow, and Hershey kind of gives off one of his patented awkward squawks, and nearly throws Sass from the back of the mount. As everyone kind of turns quickly to look and sees the head of a penguin.
What?
Shakes its head, and snow kind of comes off of it. So the snow comes off, you can see sort of this sparkling of magical ice magic that kind of pops off. The black of the penguin's fur is a little more of like a dark blue, and it does have sort of those crown of orange feathers on its head. As it pops its head out, and you can see as it sort of completely pops itself out of the snow, that it's almost like the snow becomes the penguin. Like it was almost, it's somewhat of an elemental creature.
I'm sorry, Bear. This is the creature that we're supposed to be hiding from?
And then as that happens, a second one pops up. And a third one pops up, and then a fourth one pops up, and then a fifth one pops up, and then a sixth one pops up, and a seventh one, eighth one, ninth one, 10th one. And suddenly there's a whole flock of these elemental penguins that have popped up out of the snow and are now kind of like waddling around you all curiously. Like I said, I've never learned what is actually occupying this area. I mean, these things don't seem to have the ominous energy that I was feeling, as he just sort of points down into the depths of the lake in the actual interior of the shadowy caves. And another one pops up, another one pops up, and there's now like 20 of these penguins all around you, all investigating your axe beaks. You see Char, Fyrn, you notice Char looking at these penguins in an appetizing way.
No.
Bites down on its beak twice. A couple penguins scatter away from Char.
Although cute, I think these penguins or creatures are probably better, safer, without us. I suppose we should just keep moving.
Try to rein in your axe beak. We don't need it nipping at these animals.
I reach into my pack and pull out a little dried meat or something to give to Char to maybe assuade him, distract him a little.
It's easy enough to keep Char's attention, but it's as these penguins are kind of flopping around, some of them even literally flopping around, that one of them does kind of jump up and looks towards the caves. And Septimus, you notice that as it did that, there's just sort of this really faint crack in the ice. And then that penguin that sort of jumped up and looked towards it just pops into snow. And then there's this chain reaction, like they each get scared of the last one, gets scared of the last one, gets scared of the last one. They all just pop until they all just fall down as innocuous snow.
I think we need to move immediately.
I'm sorry, wait, did those penguins just turn into snow? Did they explode?
Baron
They're
kind of like
elementals, they're erratic.
pulls on the reins and says, I think you're right, Septimus. Let's get moving. And as you're all getting yourselves adjusted to move is when an orb of blue light kind of rapidly travels from the darkness under the ice and then appears above the water. Septimus, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. This thing almost like catches you at first, as you might surmise from your stealth check, you're the thing that it kind of caught wind of. The orb just appears in front of you, and it looks like a really gentle light. It is just this really dim blue. It has a patina around it glowing. It's lulling. It's almost warm as you stare into it. There's an intensification of that smell of cinnamon in the air for you, as you can feel this light beckoning you towards the lake. And then you shake off that with that nat 20, resisting it. Do you say anything, Septimus, or just let everyone get going? I mean, everyone sees the light. That's
Look at
there.
it. Avert your eyes. It's trying to draw him again. Or just try to.
I do that.
Okay. Everyone averts their eyes and begins moving along. The light just seems to keep following you, trying to get anyone to look at it as much as it can. But if you can keep actively avoiding it, it's around, as you keep moving faster and faster, I imagine, that there's like one last attempt from this thing to lure someone in, as there's just sort of this low, dull bell sound that rings out from it. But because you're actively trying to avoid it, everyone has advantage on a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
All right.
The axe beaks don't seem to be affected by it.
Ooh, very nice.
Uh-oh.
Septimus, what'd you get?
Another dirty 20.
Nice.
Wow.
Bruce, you're not affected. You're in a bag.
15.
15 from Fyrn. Sass.
16.
Okay, and Jacquette.
22.
Okay, nice. Baron resists it as well. The DC was 15, so Fyrn, you just made it in under the belt.
Nice.
So Fyrn, you definitely though like maybe lag a little bit in like the last moments, like even maybe like your own curiosity, like your own like attunement to the spirits makes you think like perhaps I should listen to this thing. Perhaps it can help us, even like crosses your mind. Before in that last moment you like shake your head like no, it just can't be.
Good.
And with that,
just keep trekking forward. All leave it behind.
with that, you follow Baron along as this thing keeps following you behind. I'm gonna
How
do.
far are we like getting away from the?
Yeah, you're
pond, or-
approaching the next ledge where you can get off the lake. And this thing doesn't
Okay.
seem to be able to leave the lake. But I'm going to have one last survival check. I'm going to have a survival check for Baron here to keep you guys moving forward while avoiding this. Okay. Baron struggles to keep you guys moving in the right direction.
See, it was my cheerleading that got him going the whole time. I knew it. I knew it.
It's not that he can't lead you there. The path is actually quite clear. Like any of you could get there. It's just a matter of you all are keeping these extra precautions to avoid this lure. That it's a little bit sloppy, your path there. Mm-hmm. And there's a point when you guys are maybe moving a little too quickly because you're worried about this lure, that you're moving the axe beaks along, and you all start to hear loud, like, and these loud, like, pops and creaks of the ice of this, all happening. And there's sort of these echoes of these poppings that are running through the air. That when you all could kind of hear just sort of an snow not quite settling right up above. And in that moment, there's just sort of this Baron kind of looks back at you all really quickly, like looking away from the lure, trying to look back at you all, and just screams out, "Run. Follow me, run." To move quickly to get out of this space. So, I need everyone to give me, if you're walking and guiding your axe beak, then you and your axe beak need to give me dexterity saving throws. If it's just you on the axe beak running, then just your axe beak needs to give me the dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Char, I believe in you.
Said dexterity saving throws.
Yep. Of course, Bruce, you're fine.
Okay.
And technically, Sass could be fine too, but her axe beak would need to.
Oh, is she still levitating?
She could do it at will, so. Fyrn, what'd you get?
I got, Char, I believe, got a 12.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm on top of Char, so I guess I also got a 12.
Okay. Septimus?
I'm figuring that, well, I guess, would there be any difference, like, because I rolled twice, because I was thinking that I was off of Scorch. Because if I was trying to stealth actively, I wouldn't be on him, so. I rolled a 16, but then when I rolled for Char, he got a 13.
Okay. Jacquet?
Jacquet got a 13. Cheddar got a 9.
Okay, and Saskia?
Saskia was levitating above Hershey, and Hershey got a 24.
Okay. Okay.
So,
all right. So Hershey and Sass, along with Baron, they just like gun it towards the next ledge. The rest of you feel the ice cracking beneath your feet. And can see some like snow falling from the edges. It's not quite reached a point where like an avalanche is coming down, but you are rushing through some rather harsh and difficult terrain as the ice is cracking. And I would say with this, you are all going to like
your axe beaks and those of you who failed, which is anyone who got less than a 15, are going to lose your footing and fall into the water and need to climb your way out of it through jagged ice chunks that have formed, while also keeping your composure to not be swept out off the edge of this. So, ice is collapsed. You've all essentially basically fallen into the water, save Saskia and Baron. And, of course, Bruce, you're also in Lolly Rock. What do you want to do?
So we all.
Ice cracks beneath you. You guys fall into the water.
Oh, shit.
Jacquette is going to. Well, all right. Here's a question about movement speeds. Can I use a fly movement speed while in water, or does it have to be a swimming movement speed?
I think it has to be a swimming movement speed. Then once you're out of the water, the fly can take over.
Okay, so that's what Jacquette's trying to do. He's just trying to get up to the surface, and then he's gonna try to shoo fly out.
Okay. All right. So, let's do it. Let's do a quick initiative count so we can keep some order to this.
Sure.
We'll also do a count for what's in the water.
What?
All right. 20 to 25.
That's got a 20.
Okay. 15 to 19.
Jacquette got an 18.
Okay.
Fyrn got a 16.
All right. 10 to 15. 5 to 9.
Oh, sorry, I got a 19.
Okay. And then what'd you get, Septimus?
2.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, if there's anything you want to use Sass to do, she could also do things. But Jacquette, you are pulling yourself up through the water onto the ice so you can start flying, or getting yourself up above the water so the fly speed can take over.
Yes.
What are you doing about with Cheddar?
Who?
Cheddar?
Dead. No, I'm just kidding. Cheddar's just gonna try to get out, whatever that looks like for Cheddar. So.
Okay, cool. All right, so Cheddar, it's difficult terrain for Cheddar. I'll say where the ice is all broken up is you have about 20 feet ahead of you to get to where there is somewhere that Cheddar can pull themselves up. There is some current going against you, starting to pull the water that had frozen over out towards the edge. So there will need to be checks to get to swim through the water. So Jacquette will have to do that as well. It could be athletics for that. I could find some argument for acrobatics with some of the ice chunks, maybe. But there'll just need to be one check to get to a safe harbor for Cheddar to pull themselves up out of the water.
Okay. Cheddar's. All right. So Cheddar's got acrobatics proficiency. So,
Well, we can take that.
Cool. Thanks. So 3 plus 4 d20. Roll. 17.
17. Okay, so Cheddar freaks the fuck out and starts to pull themselves. The one thing about axe beaks is that unless there's stuff for them to kind of like grab off of, push themselves off of, they are horrible swimmers. You know, imagine they have little wings. You know, it's difficult for them to swim. But Cheddar, with that 17 acrobatics, is able to maneuver themselves along some of the rocky floor of the pond and uses some of the ice sheets that are cracked up to like grab onto them and pull themselves up. Use the big ass beak to grab onto the edge and pull out of the water. Jacquette, give me an acrobatics check as well to pull yourself out of the water so you can engage the fly.
Nat 20.
Nat 20, Jacquette. I imagine like some badass dancing and jumping along the ice pieces until you get to jump out in bat form.
Yeah, and it's very much like, when he goes into his athletics or acrobatics, the cat, his feline heritage takes root or form, and he's like, and it's like an anime where he like shoots out of the water and the light goes, and then the wings just spread out from the silhouette as he flies.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I imagine it's the kind of thing where there's like a big sheet of ice that's like flipping over and he just like climbs up it and jumps and then flies. Excellent. All right, so Jacquette, you are able to fly out and Cheddar is able to get to the edge and is out of the water. Fyrn, what do you and Char do?
I think Char is gonna also just try and get out of the water as quickly as possible.
Perfect.
Fyrn is was on top of him, but now that he's in the water, he's just holding onto the reins in front of Char and is trying to basically pull him to the surface as he swims.
Okay.
Do I see anything under the water, Sean?
You would need to give me an active perception check to look for something. You can use your action for that. You'll still be able to make your athletics check with your movement speed to get out of the water. Although what's your movement speed?
My movement speed is 30, I think.
So I will say you.
But I could use a bonus action to get it higher.
Oh, you have bonus action to help you with movement?
I could use Guardian of Nature, and then that increases my movement speed by 10 feet.
Okay, so the only because if you use that, you'll be fine because it's difficult terrain that you're swimming in, and you don't have a swim speed. If you use an action to look, you won't have enough movement speed on your turn to completely get out of the water, unless you use Guardian of Nature.
Okay, so I'm going to try using Guardian of Nature. Guardian of Nature also gives me dark vision 120 feet.
Okay.
So I do have a little bit more vision.
That'll be helpful.
Than I had.
All right, so go ahead and give me a perception check then.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to do that. I got a 15 on perception.
15 on perception? Okay. Excellent. So, Fyrn, as you kind of are struggling, these are dark waters, and it is immediately frigidly cold on all of you, even with your magic. And you're feeling the weight of your armor and the weight of everything. You kind of take a moment, you gauge the situation, and then just drop down below the water and look to see. And you can see about 100, a little over 100 feet, 105 feet away, coiled in the center of kind of the bowl of this rocky pond, is some kind of serpentine elemental creature. You can see it's coiled around a rock. It looks a lot like a wyrm. It's a long draconic creature with these silvery scales all around that then comes up to this long snouted head that has these fronds coming off in all directions. At the tips of these fronds are these lure lights that it seems to be almost in casting the lure from, and it is kind of coming untwined from this rock now that things are in the water. It looks like a huge creature.
Oh shit. Okay. So I already used my
bonus action.
I already used my action, and I'm using my movement.
Yep.
Can I see anybody else in the water at the moment?
You see Septimus, and actually, no, Septimus was successful, in avoiding the... You technically were successful with the 16, but if you stayed with Scorch, you would have fallen in the water. So it's up to you if you wanted to, rush ahead to the edge, or if you would have stayed with Scorch.
Well, I couldn't like stay to like be there to help Scorch.
You can. You just will be in the
Okay.
water if you do that.
Okay. I want to stay there to help Scorch.
Okay, cool. So then, Fyrn, you would see that Scorch and Septimus are in the water.
I don't think I can cast another spell even with action.
But they
surge,
are
'cause I
ahead of
already
you, though.
cast-
Because Septimus was almost successful, he doesn't have as far to swim. Septimus succeeded, so he got Scorch to move most of the way towards the
Okay.
edge. So they're more like 10 feet from the edge, where you were 20 feet.
So yeah, I'm just gonna start swimming for the shore, make it, and as I swim by, I just alert Septimus. I don't know, he's probably under the water as I do this, but I say, I look at him and I give him like a concerned look, and I just say I give him a little head nod, uh-oh.
I imagine you guys are kind of bobbing up and down, kind of trying to keep yourselves above water while also avoiding the shock of the cold. So you'd be able to really quickly say something to him if you wanted to.
Yeah, I would just be like, I don't know how to do it underwater, but keep moving, danger!
Yeah, it's more like you go, keep moving, danger!
Yep.
Yes.
Sorry, the creature that Fyrn saw under there, does it resemble a serpentine dragon turtle that we met in form? Saru the Young?
I have a very long neck.
It's serpentine, but it's not like dragon turtle like.
Okay.
It's more like literally the best way I could describe it is like a Chinese dragon.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
So I forgot to ask, Sean. Did I recognize this creature? Have I seen anything like it before?
I would say not really. I mean, give me a quick nature check.
Sure. 23.
23. I mean, you've heard about lure spirits. You don't know this is one for sure, but it's like matches. It's like anytime you were told stories as a kid and something matches it, so you're like, that's what it is, even if it's not. You've heard of lure spirits that are things that are mostly when you were a kid, you kind of as an adult assumed that your parents were just telling you this so you didn't walk out into the middle of a frozen lake without help or supervision.
Right.
That lure spirits can pull you under the water. Lure spirits can lead you to your death. Lure spirits are angry elemental spirits that are pretty indiscriminatory in their hunting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you are able to get to the edge with Char. Septimus. Actually, sorry. I need athletics or acrobatics checks from Char and Fyrn.
Okay. Athletics for me. I got a 25. And Char. Sorry, I gotta pull up his sheet. Char has a +3 to athletics. So we will see what he rolls. He got a set of 7 total.
Okay. He has also has your proficiency bonus. He has a +3 plus proficiency bonus.
Oh, okay. My proficiency is +4, so that makes it an 11.
Okay. All right. Still not great. So Char is actually going to have difficulty breaching the gap and getting completely out of the water. So Char is only going to be able to make it 10 feet, where you can make it completely to the edge. So would you want to leave Char behind and hope that he gets there on his... Well, actually, Char can use his action to dash if you want here and make a second attempt.
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
So go ahead and give me another athletics check from Char.
Well, he got a 9 this time.
It's okay. So Char is still in the water, but he's at the edge. So like on his next turn, regardless, he'll be able to get out of the water.
Okay.
He's just at the edge. So like you got yourself onto the surface, and Char's just right behind you.
Yeah, like he's just tired and cold, and I'm like trying to pull him out of the water, and I'm like, get out here.
Exactly. And he's panicking. All right. So Septimus, you, Scorch, and Char are still in the water. Before your turn, Septimus, the we'll call it a lure spirit for now. The lure spirit's turn does come up.
No.
So it immediately uncoils itself, and Septimus, even if you're like occasionally looking under the water, you can kind of see it. But it is pretty dark under there for a human to be able to fully see the creature. But I'm going to need Septimus, Char, and I'm sorry. Sorry, Bruce. Bruce, yeah, you can do something if you want. I forgot that sorry, because I just kept thinking you're in the bag and not able to do anything. But yeah, Bruce,
Well,
you do have a turn.
He is in the bag.
I am in the bag.
Yeah.
And you
He
can
doesn't know
tell
what's
me
going
if I
on
can-
now. He's like, bloop, bloop, bloop.
Well,
No, he's looking through Lollyrock.
yeah.
Oh, right.
So he can't see the creature, but he can see you all struggling.
Right. Can I do something though?
You would have
Say
to.
no, Sean.
I'm going to say we're not going to play by the head sticking out of the bag rules anymore. But Lollyrock can land, and you can use 10 feet of movement speed to step out of the bag,
Okay.
essentially making it like a dismount.
How far away are they from the edge?
So Char is literally right on the edge, so 5 feet. Septimus and Scorch are 10 feet from the edge.
6 feet from the head, and
Can I
I'm
get
thinking.
to the edge? Use 10 feet of movement speed. And I want to throw. I want to throw a bomb into the water behind.
Throw a ball.
You throw a bomb into the water?
It's not really a bomb, but yes.
What
When
are you
in
throwing? What are you
doubt.
throwing in the water then, Bruce?
It is. It looks like another. It looks like one of Bruce's bombs.
Okay.
But it really is a. It's really just applies the fear condition. I mean,
Oh.
you have to roll, obviously, yeah. But it's
Yeah.
a fear bomb.
It's a fear bomb. And what's the range on that? Like throwing it and triggering it?
Hold on.
Might
You know,
be
it was like
Fear
maybe
bomb, that's
15
what I called my
It's
ex.
like 15 sessions since I like last made this. I wrote it down.
I was gonna
somewhere.
say, if there's such a thing as a fear bomb, does that mean that a smile bomb exists?
Okay, it's
Yeah,
10
it's
foot.
just
It's only 10
charming
foot
bomb.
radius, Sean.
It's
What
what?
about an indifference bomb?
10 foot radius.
From wherever it lands.
Yes. So, and yeah, from wherever I trigger it, I should say. So I might not trigger right away. I might hold.
So this is it's got like a okay. So you're throwing it like ahead of them.
Yes, you got
Okay.
it.
All right. Cool. Perfect. Excellent. So you throw that. It, I imagine, like sinks to the bottom, clings to the rock there, and is armed and dangerous in
Yeah.
case this thing gets within 10 feet of it.
Yep.
Okay. Excellent. All right. So this thing does move, and even though those of you on the surface can't see it beneath the waves and remaining ice, you can see the ripple in the water and a lot of the ice kind of giving way. In fact, Septimus and Scorch and Char might even feel like the waves pushing, and there's a moment of fear in your hearts because you're not that far from the edge, where it's like if this waves up, it could literally throw us off the edge into the streams below. But this thing does stop 60 feet from the edge and releases a wave of cold from its mouth, a cone of cold, if you will, that will require Constitution saving throws from Septimus, Scorch, and Char.
$11 for me. C plus P. 24 for Char.
All right, Char passes, Septimus fails. Or, I'm sorry, Scorch. What did Char get?
That's what I meant. I meant Scorch.
I was muted. It was a 10 from Char.
Okay, so Char and Septimus fail. Scorch succeeds. Okay, so that's going to be... $35 cold damage.
Yikes.
To those who failed and half to those who succeeded.
Good thing some of you are resistant to cold.
Yeah, like me.
Yeah.
Wait, so 35 halved?
Yep, so that would be
18.
17 because we round down.
You round down?
Yeah, we've been rounding down.
Oh. Okay.
All right, so 17 cold to you, and whatever to the birds.
Whatever.
All right, so that is its turn though. Septimus, you're up. So it's about 60 feet from you right now. You have 10 feet to get to the edge. You do have to make athletics or acrobatics checks to swim through the current to get to the edge.
I like to make an athletics check
Go for it.
to get to the edge. 24.
Okay, and then Scorch has to make the same thing.
Can I use an action to help him?
Are you proficient
As far-
in athletics or acrobatics?
No.
Then no.
But
But
it's because
But-
I'm wearing a belt of giant strength. Was going to be my thought. Like, I'm trying to pull him as much as I can.
well, you know what? Let me check. Go into your inventory.
Yeah.
And click on your encumbrance and tell me what the weight is that you can pull.
Encumbrance. Carry. Oh, push, drag, or lift. That's right.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Is that one? Yeah. 630 pounds.
Holy shit.
How do you have
How much
more
does a
strength
dodo
than I
bird
do?
weigh?
Because I'm wearing a belt of giant strength.
I'm trying to get that real quick.
I guess really an ostrich is probably.
Well, these are
Might weigh more.
they're
big
sturdier
birds.
than those.
How
Might be-
big is
it-
the
it might be
old
big.
feet?
More akin to a horse. But then again, D&D doesn't discern their weights necessarily. Discern how much they can pull.
They have hollow bones, right?
These are not flight
Doesn't
birds.
fly.
I'm gonna say no.
Damn you.
I'm gonna say no.
Fair.
You can use your
They're
action
heavy
to.
birds.
Do you could give? Do you have anything like a guidance or something you can give? Scorch.
No.
Okay. You
So
can
I'll
use.
just roll for.
So roll. Remember, you can also use Scorch's dash if he doesn't succeed on this
Yeah.
athletics or acrobatics check.
So he's going to do a acrobatics check because that'll be +6. Okay, well he's going to use his dash to try that one again. No.
Hepatitis.
What do you get?
Ugh, 10.
Okay. So Scorch and Char are both struggling at the edge, while Septimus and Fyrn are trying to wrangle them out of the water.
Sass is up. I don't really know if there's much Sass can do, though, to help them.
Well, she can use control water.
Oh,
Ooh.
that's right.
So I guess she will redirect flow. I mean, that's you cause flowing water. She's gonna, I don't know, you know, she's gonna use the water to shloop, get him out of the water.
Yeah, I think that works exactly with how that's written, because it says it can flow over obstacles, up walls, or other unlikely directions. So I think that with Fyrn and Septimus helping pull the birds too, it's able to lift. She's able to lift the waters up and kind of just exactly like you said, just sort of sludge them up onto the surface. Unfortunate word to yours, I know. But this, with Sass doing this, means that y'all can reignite your run from this creature. So Sass can then use her movement speed with Baron to start moving ahead. Bruce, do you want to get back in the bag? Your turn is next.
Oh, absolutely. I'm getting back in the bag.
Bruce is back in the bag and moving along. Jacquette, you're flying. Do you want to just keep moving with everyone?
Yeah, Jacquette will fly above in hope that Cheddar is fine.
Yeah, Cheddar will follow the herd. All right, Fyrn, you're going to keep moving, I imagine?
Yeah, I'm gonna hang on. I'm gonna jump back on Char, and he's gonna, get moving. Could I also, to try and like cover our tracks as we're like escaping, I'm gonna cast darkness on the basically on the part of the lake that we just came out of. So it's kind of like an ink spray, like an oil sort of thing. Like it's not actually that, but I'm just like thinking octopus.
Yeah, no, I mean that's what it effectively really would be. Bruce, is the trap that you have there triggered by proximity, or do you have to physically trigger it?
I was gonna physically trigger it.
Okay. If something entered its proximity when you can't see if it does or not, would it trigger it?
I didn't write it that way, so no.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. It was
right.
going to be based on my triggering, but since I'm running, I was just going to use a reaction to trigger it at some point.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bruce can't see anyway, so the darkness does nothing.
Yeah. I guess we might have to look into those rules to see if we need to have more clarifying language on like visuals and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I just kind of wrote it down, like, probably, like, to be triggered by,
use of a reaction. Yeah. No, that part makes perfect sense to me. I just think we need to make sure we know, like, what line of sight looks like for it. I imagine you have to be able to see to trigger it with a reaction.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, so, like, I would say, like, it's not going to go off because I'm already in a bag and I'm flying away from it.
Unless Bruce is just literally like, fuck it. It just triggers it to see what happens.
I mean, that's kind of what was going through my mind, but unless I knew everybody was out, I probably would just trigger it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, like as soon as he saw it's out.
If you want, like after a second, I might just be like, fuck it. And just see a boo! You just see a little bubble in the water.
I mean, I'll allow you to do that. It's sort of being like, I'll trigger it at the end of someone's turn or something like that.
Yeah, whether or not it does something.
Yeah. Yeah, you trigger it at the end of Fyrn's turn. Bruce, give me high or low.
I'm gonna say low.
Doesn't catch the lure spirit, but it there is a little in the water. All right, I'm gonna roll d6 to see if it gets its breath attack back. It does not.
Yay.
So it is going to swim up, narrowly avoiding Bruce's trap, but getting a little caught in the darkness spell.
If it's a lure isn't magical, it can't illuminate.
No, it's not gonna. Its lure light is not gonna overcome your darkness. It is going to peer its head out of the water, which brings it up above the darkness a little bit. But the darkness is kind of catching the edge.
Yeah, it's like a sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to see Septimus there at the edge. And it is going to get an attack off on you, Septimus. Its first attack is a natural 1. So it's going to miss.
Nice. Yeah, damn right it does.
Its second attack is an 18.
You damn right it misses.
And last attack, it's cocked. All attacks miss, Septimus. As I'll say, just for the since this is the success you need to escape, because it's not going to really chase you away from the lake. It's as everyone just starts their run along the next precipice. Septimus, you get kind of like stuck back trying to lift Scorch in the last second, as the water did get Scorch out, but Scorch is struggling to get to his feet on the ice. As in that last second, you see this like mounding wave coming up as this creature comes. You hear a little explosion underwater, but the creature swims right through it before rising out of the darkness. These silver scales, this long, almost wolf-like face. Kind of, honestly, like the river spirit in Spirited Away, is a bit of a good comparison to what it looks like, except very ferocious and staring at you like it's its next meal. But you're able to whip Scorch to move, get yourself moving as it bites down 3 times, trying to grab onto to pull you under the water, but each time missing, allowing you to turn the corner as all of you kind of like run faster than you probably should, but your adrenaline is keeping you focused, so you're not slipping and falling off the edge of the precipice as you keep moving along this side until you know you're far enough away from the lake to feel secure and get to the next climbing point.
Good.
So,
hell yeah.
You are able to relatively successfully, avoid the frozen pond spirit's lure. Which leads us to the sun setting. You've reached a point where you're hiking and walking, which is leading you up to the next layer of difficult terrain, we'll call it, that will require a climb. The sun is getting low in the sky. There is this hazy indigo dusk hanging in the air. For those of you without dark vision, it's getting really difficult to see. The snow is whipping up in your faces from the wind. As the higher you get, the harsher the wind seems to be getting. It is around 4:30. You know the sun is setting soon, completely. There is 2 more climbing legs to this trip, so basically 4 more hours of travel needed to get to the Pilgrim's Terrace. But you'll be climbing at night if you do so.
What I might do is, after this first leg, Bruce might fly ahead and start prepping a tower.
Okay. So Bruce is going to fly ahead and try to prep a tower for people to rest in. I guess it depends on how far you want to go into the night. It would be 4 hours of climbing travel with all successes on Baron's survival checks.
I think asking Baron,
Baron, is this usually how your ascents go?
I can't say that I've ever fought a pond dragon, but usually if I'm quick enough, I can make it in one day. But I'm usually
It's usually not this late when I'm climbing this last leg of the journey. I usually try to get to the Pilgrim's Terrace before the sun sets, or as it's setting.
Should we then rest somewhere before then?
We could rest in this area here if we wish to. I suppose I leave it up to you because, and he kind of like points at your cloak, points at Sass just floating there. You have more tricks up your sleeve than I understand.
Maybe it'd be best if we do rest. Bruce's tower has proved to be safe. We narrowly got out of that. Or at least we move on until last light.
I say we go as far as we can for the night. You know, you guys might not be in a rush, but I feel like we need to get there as quickly as we can, and I think we all have enough energy to keep moving.
I'm not there, right?
You can be there if you wish. It depends on how much Bruce, because like this is a stop. You guys aren't like doing this as you're climbing. Like you're on a flat.
I already declared my statement is why I was curious if you'd let me retract it. I mean, I'm exhausted. I got nothing. I can't help you guys with much. If I exhaust anymore, I won't be able to put up a tower. I think that's priority.
I'm getting pretty lean on my abilities as well. Well, actually.
So, the further we go, the more at risk we'll be, and I don't think I want to take those chances.
I do think that we should go a little further, at least until dusk. But we should not travel at night.
Agree. That I can agree on.
Very well.
Okay. So Bruce, do you want to fly ahead and get a tower ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
is this the sort of scenario, Sean, where if we start climbing, is it like all climbing for all 4 hours? Like, are we not going to be able to stop until it's done? Or
So I did say that this last one is a steep climb. Like it's specifically like the first one was a lot of zigzagging up. This one is like a true like climb up. Technically, Bruce could probably literally horizontal the tower off of the mountain, I imagine, with the magic, and you guys would just have to climb into the tower. It's probably gonna not assuage anyone's like fears. It's gonna feel weird as hell. But it's a magic tower that just has to come off a flat surface, right, Bruce? Or does it say it has to be on level ground?
That is a good question. Let me look at the verbiage.
So if it says it just has to come off a flat surface, it's a magic tower.
can you make it shaped like a giant duck?
What?
I don't know. I was just thinking of ridiculous shapes for towers.
That is ridiculous.
It doesn't say, but the thing is I need 10 minutes to cast it. So I'd have to be on the side of a wall for 10 minutes.
Or just in your bag while a rock flies you.
Yeah, well, we decided that can't be done.
Yeah. So you, Bruce, you would have to engage in your own strength.
Yeah.
I mean, you have climbing gear, though, don't you?
I do. But
So
Bruce...
climbing gear, you can get yourself attached and then just hang there and cast it.
Right.
Yeah, I could.
Just fall 25 feet and then cast it.
It is definitely an awkward situation. But
Yeah.
you might have to just wait until they climb up and then hang off of the climbing equipment and cast the tower.
Well, I could also fly to the top and then drape a rope down, a really long rope.
a 4-hour long rope.
Hell yeah, dude.
I mean, it's the kind of thing
no.
where some of you could get up there. Like, Jacques could just fly up there with you.
Right.
It's just going to be... You'll still be flying during night while you're going up. It's not going to be as long, like to fly straight up there, than climbing it. But dusk is so soon that it would be within an hour. It's going to be nighttime.
Okay. Well,
if it's within an hour, I thought that we had like it was basically like a half and half. But if it's closer to night, Jacques just goes, "We shouldn't risk it. Climbing in the dark is stupid. Let's just rest here, and then we'll continue in the morning."
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't clear.
nowhere-
Any climbing you do is going to overlap with night in some way.
Okay.
You
And
can
it
get an early
basically
night.
sounds like there's no way for us to take a rest unless we do the full 4 hours. Like, it you know. So
Yeah.
with that in mind, I think that we should just rest the night here.
Get an early start tomorrow morning.
Precisely.
Yeah, and I'll be better equipped.
Yeah.
To help traverse.
With no nighttime risks.
Very well.
Okay. Tower it up.
Towers up.
Towers up. Okay.
Tower.
So you're all able to rest in the tower. You can take a rest. It's a remote place. You're in a nestled corner in a crevasse. The tower is pretty innocuous and somewhat hidden. So you're able to take a long rest.
Hey,
Yay.
Yeah. That's so much I need to manage.
Let's check the weather.
Oh, sure. Druidcraft. If you say so, Sean, I'll cast Druidcraft.
Ooh.
Druidcraft.
Oh, okay.
I don't like the way you said
That's
it.
weird.
Actually, it rains literal cats and dogs, but the corpses of them.
It's a blood moon.
There's some weird shit happening.
Nice. Nice. Good thing we did it early.
As you
And
guys,
why do we always get punished for going to bed early?
No, if anything, we did it right. Because if we would have
Yeah.
trekked forward, we would have been caught in the middle of it.
I thought he
um,
was checking the weather for like the next day when we wake up.
I am.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
I mean, there's other things though. It's still like travel at night is really dangerous. You know, you could have risked it. You could have used like some lights and stuff to help guide you, but it was risky.
Hmm.
Because Baron is also a human who can't see very well at night.
Hell
So-
yeah.
Human bros. The sky is really ominous today as you step out of the tower. There's certainly plenty of snow blowing through the wind that makes it look a little foggy out, but it's really just the snowdrift. As that somewhat clears up and you can stare out at this vista, there are strange shapes in the clouds. And the clouds themselves are almost a sickly orange color. It looks way darker than it normally looks because the clouds are obscuring the eclipsed sun. So it's still dim light for mechanical purposes. But the clouds look as though they have odd dimensions. It's almost like they look more like physical. They look like they're almost stuck in place in the sky. And it looks as though they've been like carved out almost. So there's hollows in them. And then in some places there's like faces in the clouds. And some twisting it almost looks like instead of it being clouds, it's like the devoured interior of wood where what do you call them? So have eaten the wood away. Termites. It looks like something is eaten away at the clouds. And they're almost physical, but it's still clouds ultimately. Like as you watch them, they do kind of drift a little bit. But generally it's just this aberrant cloudiness that is making everyone feeling very disconcerted
to say the least. As I'll ask everyone to give me wisdom saving throws as the day starts.
Ooh.
DC
Oh,
is
no.
not very high. I shouldn't have said that. For this first part of the journey.
Does this
What?
include birds?
No, birds are fine. Birds aren't smart enough to
Wait,
be
you said
scared by
wisdom
this.
saving throw?
Yes.
Okay. I'm still not done picking my spells, by the way.
Could I get advantage on the save if I roll a nature check and I recognize what it is?
Nope.
Damn.
Because you would not with the nature check. All right. What do folks get for their wisdom checks or saving throws?
4.
I got a 12. I'll add 5 to that if it fails.
It is not 12 is not a fail, so you don't have to use
Okay.
that. Septimus, what'd you get for wisdom saving throw?
26.
Okay, and Jacquet?
Jacques got a 6. Saskia got a 17.
Okay, so Jacquet and Fyrn would fail with their rolls. So, Jacquet and Fyrn, you would start to feel a gnawing presence in your minds. It's almost starts as a headache, and then it turns into this foreboding feeling of doom. As this aberrant environment is bleeding into your minds. Can you both roll me D100s?
Whoa.
36.
29.
Okay. So you both find yourselves turning inward, and becoming really insular from the others. Mechanically, you can still act, but you're very you find your tongue is caught. And in this first hour, you cannot speak to your allies.
So business as usual for Fyrn.
For Fyrn, yes. Yes. And basically, you don't look at your allies as enemies, but you look at them suspiciously. So you're not going to help
Right.
them. You're not going to talk to them. You're just going to mind to yourself, and you feel just a sense of paranoia. But you can still climb. You can still mount up.
Mm-hmm. I imagine Fyrn's early morning exercise routine takes a little longer than it usually does. Just very uncharacteristic of him.
If anyone tries to speak to you or to get information from you, you would find yourself just sort of babbling under your breath in paranoid words. And it's almost like the moments when someone like tries to talk to Frodo when he thinks they're trying to come after the ring, where it's not so much that you're going to attack them, but you're going to be really freaked out by them trying to help you or do anything with you. So climb begins.
Okay.
Sean,
Yes.
I'm gonna prep two. I just redid my spells, but I'm also going to put a new spell into my all-purpose tool.
Okay.
This is a spell storing item. I am going to put fly in it.
Nice.
I am going to look at Septimus, and I am going to hit him with my all-purpose tool.
Give him a good smack.
Right in his mechanicals.
What?
He
gets all
hits
white
you
for
with
me.
his tool in your mechanicals.
You heard me.
Okay.
Pause.
And you get all floaty.
Whoa, whoa.
How long does the fly spell last?
An hour.
Okay.
So it gives us a good little head start.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted it, you could go pretty far ahead, or you could just comfortably stay with the group without having to climb.
Well, who else needs to climb? I guess Fyrn does.
Fyrn does, yeah.
Baron.
Baron does as well. Sass is floating. Someone needs to keep close enough to the axe beaks so that they follow.
Are there any foliage or?
There are like strange.
in
I
this
would say
area?
there are trees that like these strange mountain trees that do come out. They kind of like float out more like mushrooms almost, kind of off of the side of the mountain, and then have these like large crystalline leaves at the end of them. They honestly look more like sunflowers to you all, but with crystal leaves. They're strange. There's not a lot of them. They're very sparse. They are useful for helping you climb, although they can be a little slippery at points. But there's not really like trees up here.
Do they look fibrous?
The stalks do.
Okay. How much rope do you think you could make out of one?
Are you a rope binder?
I'm a goddamn fabricator.
Oh shit, buddy. I mean, a lot. I imagine a lot. I mean, how much?
Fuck yeah.
How much space? How much do you need to make, and how much can you make with one
Well,
cast?
I
of
was
it?
just thinking, could I essentially fly to the top if I
No.
if I really
It would
went?
take you 2 hours to fly to the top.
Damn.
Because you're flying, you have complete unimpeded movement, so you're just moving up to the top.
All right. Well, what if I flew up 2 feet?
2 feet?
Not 2 feet. 2 hours. Did the 2 hours?
You don't have
And-
enough time on your fly. Your fly only lasts an hour.
I mean, I can follow.
Oh,
him up
duh.
there and then cast it again on him.
Right. I get up halfway. Is what I mean.
could.
Yeah,
That's what it sounds like you're saying.
because fly targets someone, right? It doesn't. Or is it a
Flying.
self?
It's a touch.
Okay, so you could cast
Which-
fly in him now and then.
I can cast it again in an hour, halfway up. Because I'm in a
Because I was
bag.
thinking if I can get to the top and I
Oh,
can
just-
get some of these trees and then just continuously just fabricate rope down,
So-
down,
so-
down.
Oh, because you're also flying, so you could just stay with him.
Right.
Oh, okay, you can do that then. Actually, then.
I thought he couldn't jump out of the bag and like he had to actually physically leave
Lollyrog
the
can
bag to
cast spells.
Lollyrog
touch
can cast
spell.
touch spells.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. So this is one of the few things he can do from inside the bag.
Yeah.
Well, let me just double check.
How much rope would he need?
This is the
Oh,
thing. We're
okay.
getting into some abstract numbers here,
Yeah.
where there's a real number that could be calculated, which is probably way more rope than you can make with a fabricate spell, because you're looking at what is realistically, if we're thinking about travel speeds.
All right.
I'm gonna
Okay,
say
well
this is
then
probably
I'll
not
just-
possible.
I'll just stay with
Because-
the
Yeah.
group then. I'll just stay with the group. Listen, I'm just
What-
asking questions.
Well, yeah, what about concentration with flying in your air bubble thing?
Air bubble's not a concentration.
Cool.
I just want to check how much you guys actually are climbing now.
What I did.
10,000 feet.
That's
I
pretty
could
crazy.
actually calculate this pretty easily.
So, if every 6 seconds we're traveling 30 feet flying up, right?
So if you're traveling, wow, you guys are traveling a lot of feet. You would need 48,000 feet of rope.
I cast fabricate 32 times.
Because I'm judging this based on like
Yeah.
a slow movement speed
So
up the mountain
we-
is 200 feet a minute, which is not
I will
realistic for climbing
I
at all.
suppose
I'm
we-
realizing.
We should stay together. So, if I can't help them at all
So it
in
actually,
the abstract ways that I'm thinking, then I will just fly with the group.
Wait, you said 4,800 feet, Sean?
No. It's more than that. Or a little bit less. It's less than that. It's not fully 48.
Well, that means
regardless,
he should
it's
be able
not
to-
enough rope. It's not enough rope that you can make.
But he should be able to travel there up in an hour. Because he should be able to travel 18,000 feet in an hour.
Or, wait, Bruce, why don't you just move Earth through the mountain
Oh
and
my god.
pitch
No,
it
because- To Alex's point, movement speed is not calculated outside of combat. That is not; those things don't translate.
Yes.
It specifically
true.
says that in the player's handbook.
Okay.
So we're gonna stay with the group.
Can your magic tower be shaped like a rocket ship?
No. All right,
Can you
let's
put
start
bombs to the
climbing.
bottom of
Jacquet is not participating with others, not playing friendly with others, which means you guys are not gaining the benefit of his rope of climbing.
Wait,
Cool.
Jaquette, what are you doing?
And then he just flies away.
That's actually what would happen. Yeah, Jacquet just flies up and disappears into the mist.
And Fyrn just starts climbing using his own rope, just like a little bit off to the right of where you guys were starting.
Hold on, we guys gotta work together.
Bruce, do you want to give enhanced ability to Baron again before you start climbing?
I can't do both fly and enhance ability, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, he's not going to get it. Until it runs out
right.
of Septimus.
Nothing.
Oh, well, thankfully, he rolled quite well, so he didn't need the help this time around. So no complications in the belaying as you all climb up using your connected climbing kits without the rope of climbing. At the end of the hour, I will give Fyrn and Jacquet the chance to roll their wisdom saves again. Those of you succeeded are immune to the aberrant skies effects for 24 hours.
Nice. You got this, guys.
17.
Jacquet, you come to your senses, and you no longer think your
9.
eyes are being assholes. Fyrn, you're still gruff and uncomfortable with everyone else. Fyrn.
Am I aware of the?
Yes,
effect?
you're aware that you were affected by these guys in some way. Fyrn, roll me a D100 again.
Oh, I got a different emotional state? Wow. 83.
Fyrn, you become terrified of climbing higher up on the mountain.
Great. So I imagine Fyrn just like stops like mid-reach and just like slowly like looks down, and all of a sudden like it looks like he's just like standing still for a second, but his like tail is shaking like nervously.
This is not a compounding effect, so you no longer look at your allies with paranoia. You just simply look at the steep fall with deep, deep dread. And you've essentially received the frightened condition, with the target of the fear being the mountain. So you are like trapped where you are right now, unless there's some intervention, or you climb back down to safety.
So when the party, I imagine Jacquet had flown up just an hour's way up, or maybe a little higher. And then when he comes out of it, he kind of comes down, and he'll meet up with the party, and he's kind of like,
Sorry, I don't know what really came over me. Something about this aberrant sky sent me into a tizzy of paranoia.
Wait, you felt like you were under the effects of something supernatural?
Yes. And like kind of looking past Septimus to Fyrn, Jacques goes, and it looks like something is affecting Fyrn as well.
Fyrn?
Help!
Oh, jeez.
Oh, you know something's wrong if he's crying for help.
Septimus will fly down towards him and be like, Fyrn, it's all right. Talk to me. What's the matter?
I can't move.
Are you
It's
hurt?
too high up. I'm too high up.
You're too... You must not be feeling right either.
What do you mean? I'm fine. Just get me down from here.
No, we need to keep going up, Fyrn. You were climbing for the past
Going up?
day and a half.
I don't know. I just can't. It's too high. I've reached my limit.
All right, Septimus put a hand on a shoulder and cast Calm Emotions.
Excellent. And read me what that does.
Each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere centered at a point I choose, which shall be Fyrn, within range must succeed on a charisma saving throw or be affected by one of the following effects. So I guess he'd have to roll a charisma saving throw.
He could choose to fail it.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good. I bet if I rolled, I'd still fail it, so.
The creature, well, if he fails it, then the creature has immunity to the charmed and frightened conditions until the spell ends. If the creature was already charmed or frightened, those conditions are suppressed for the duration.
And okay, so this is it lasts a minute. So what I'm gonna do is sub in that saving throw for giving Fyrn another chance at breaking the aberrant skies effect on him. Because I like that you use this. I like that it's very in character of Septimus and the way he did it. So I want to give Fyrn a chance to get out of this instead of just 1 minute of climbing and then back into the fear.
Okay. So roll again?
Yeah, roll
Wisdom
again.
saving throw?
With advantage this time. Wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
Yeah.
13.
That's with
Fyrn-
advantage?
Yeah, but he breaks out of it. That DC was
Oh.
very low for the aberrant mind. It's just you
okay.
got two not so wise boys there. Or
Jeez.
not proficiency in wisdom saving throws boys.
Yeah.
So Fyrn, this breaks your fear. Septimus's words are comforting. It's a moment truly like where you look at Septimus, it's like, that's a proper leader. You know, like the way he got me through that. Or like this is a really kind gesture.
Are you all right? Take a deep breath.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Thank you, truly, Septimus. I needed that.
You didn't sound like yourself.
Yeah, I didn't feel like myself. Something strange about this mountain.
It affected Jaquette too, but he seemed to have snapped out of it also.
Alright, that's good. Let's get moving then. Suppose I have some catching up to do. And I start climbing.
All right, so it's at this point that the fly on Septimus is starting to come undone. So you can latch yourself up to the ropes.
Yes. Yes.
And I do need Fyrn and Baron to make Constitution saving throws for that first hour of travel.
22.
All right, so no exhaustion. Is Septimus back to climbing, or is there further flying on him?
It's up to Bruce. I don't want him to Don't waste all your slots if you don't need to.
Oh no, it's on my spell storing thing, so I got 10 casts of it.
Oh my god. Okay.
Holy
then
shit, really?
Unless you want to
Yep.
give somebody else a break.
Wait, really? That's how that works?
Yep.
Yep.
That's damn good.
Yeah.
You put fireball in there?
No, artificers don't learn fireball.
He can only put fly in there.
God damn, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I really just want to put Galder's tower in there so I can make a real tower.
Just keep building it 10 times
Yeah.
up. But I imagine it has to be a instant cast.
No, not necessarily. Let me take a look.
I mean, it does for the original rules. I don't know about the 2024 rules.
It just says I need to take an action to produce the spell's effect from it using the spellcasting abilities.
Spell, that's the duration. It would be one action. So if it is a casting time that is anything more than one action, then you can't use it for it.
It has a casting time. Yes. Okay. So it requires.
Oh yeah, you're right.
an
It is.
action.
That's awesome. Okay, so
Yeah.
you have 10 castings, so you might as well use it on Seppi. All right.
Use it on both of us. But
No, you can't
right?
win that concentration.
That's for sure.
All right. So let me roll for. Everyone's immune now to the aberrant sky, so we don't have to worry about that. Baron is successful once again with keeping you moving upwards. Give me a second round of Constitution saving throw from Baron and Fyrn.
Does Fyrn have advantage because of the climbing rope?
Yes,
of climbing?
correct. Thank you.
Okay, I rolled
And
the same
Baron.
thing as last time, so
Yeah,
22.
I mean, Fyrn is the best person to have to be making these rolls because he's proficient in con saves.
Right.
It would be a little sketchier to have Septimus doing this.
Correct.
And I have a
All
plus 6 to con.
All right, we got 2 more bouts, and then you'll reach Pilgrim's Terrace. Thankfully, Baron has been rolling high on all of these survival checks. He also has a plus 9, but
28 on the third one.
Oh my god, wait a second. I just realized something.
what?
I can hand Fyrn my all-purpose tool to cast fly on himself.
Technically, yeah, because it just needs a creature can take an action to produce
It
the spell from it.
doesn't require attunement.
And I can cast spells.
Yeah, you could, if you want to do that for the last leg of the journey, pop out for a second, hand it to him, and
We could all fly up.
everyone just
together.
flies up,
Yeah.
and everyone.
We hold hands
Well,
and
it
we
will-
all fly together.
Because Sass just literally needs to hold one of your hands. She doesn't even have to push herself
Right.
up.
Right.
You literally could all fly. Actually, no. Pardon, Baron will have to climb.
Yeah. But
No,
Why
actually,
can't Baron use it?
technically, someone has to. Well, no, because you could all stay close to the axe beaks, and they'll follow as you
yeah.
fly.
I mean, I could also just give him enhance ability from my bag because I don't need to cast it on myself.
True.
I mean,
Because
all
the
it
creature.
says is while holding the object, a creature can take an action to produce the spell's effect from it. So we
Yep.
can all use it.
Yeah, everyone else
The
just.
axe beaks could use it.
You don't have enough charges to make it all the way up. With
Yeah.
everyone,
No,
you do it.
no.
You do with your own party members. Because it would be 1, 2.
What about Sal?
3, 4. Well, we
Whatever
have
happened to
not. We have
Sal?
not properly accounted for Sal in this entire journey here.
Yep.
He's just been gunning it.
He's just
Septimus
Sal's already
got
to
a
the
new-
top.
Yeah.
Yeah. He
He's
didn't
got a-
sleep last night. He just walked up.
Yeah. Little do you know, Sal has anti-gravity boots. He's just been walking on the side of the mountain the entire way up. No, we'll say Sal has been following Septimus's rolls up until we get into the actual city, and then we're gonna actually account for him.
He's still
We've
strapped
done
to the
too much to backpedal Sal climbing.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
still
you know
strapped to the sled in the magic bag.
He
or
just
something.
tied him to the sled, and he's hanging off of charge, just going back and forth across the side of the mountain.
Banging across. Yep.
I'm sorry, but that is the explanation now.
Okay, good.
All right.
I refuse, Sean. I want to climb. I bought this climbing equipment for a reason. I don't want to fly.
All right, Fyrn, give me another con.
2
saving
1s on the
throw
last
then.
leg. Just kidding.
I know, right?
Yeah, this is 25.
All right, you are good. Thankfully, that last one was, or the third one was iffy there because Baron just made the survival check to avoid complications. Last leg of the journey of the hour, Baron keeps consistent, gets a dirty 20, so you do not see any complications with the climbing. Last con saving throw.
Oh, there were 5? I'll roll another.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know you rolled the last one.
I think
there was
I
only
did.
4. There's only 4.
Maybe I miscounted, but I got 28, so.
Jeez. Okay. So, with the last part of the journey, you would start to see the actual structures of Summalto, and are able to climb up onto this terrace. And it is quite literally a terrace that sticks out the side of the mountain. You can see once you've reached the walls of the terrace itself, there are wooden poles sticking out for climbers to grab onto and pull themselves up. Now, they are slippery with ice because you very quickly realize that every surface, it seems, of Summalto has some layer of ice on it as you pull yourselves up or fly yourselves up onto the ledge of this terrace. Now, there is, like, every 5 feet, there is, like, a fence on the terrace. It is a half circle sticking off the side of the mountain. It's that kind of, it's flat half circle that comes out, and then it kind of meets the mountain as the foundation comes down. And when you climb on, there is really not that much snow. There's more ice than there's snow at this point. As you can see, the ice and snow stuck between the cobblestone of this little circular courtyard that there is here. You can see some detritus has sort of blown into the edges and crevices. There's a lot of frozen banners that have fallen off of poles that have kind of like gotten themselves stuck on the edge of the fencing. And they're like purely frozen. So it looks like they were blowing in the wind. And at this point, they're solid and just frozen, sticking out from the edge. As you can see that this leads into a carved out stone pathway in the mountain that leads to the next layer of Summalto. And it seems as though that this is like a jutting spike that comes off the mountain where there is the terrace. And then there is a path actually dug through that spike that has stone steps leading up to the next layer of Summalto. And you can see kind of on the edges of that stone spike sticking out like some of the buildings of the next layer. All of them have that kind of like, what's the term for it? Retaining wall of stone. And there is really only this layer that you can see. You imagine you'll have a better view from that layer to other parts of the city. But you can see a lot of the buildings are made with these steep saddled roofs that have various different layers. Similar to Fyrn's vision, there has a pagoda style to most of these buildings, but then some having just very steep rooftops. So the snow will slide right off of them, made largely of wood and stone. But everything is caked in ice. Like you look up at edges of things and there are like 6-foot long icicles forming off of things. This is deeply frozen, more so than anywhere else you've seen in the north, where there's caked on layers everywhere. There are the old banners you can see. Their colors have mostly faded, but they do have a this pale blue color to them with gold, long faded gold decorations upon it. You'd have to crack and thaw out the banner to actually see what the picture and is emblazoned on it. But generally, the colors of these banners have this pale blue and gold hues to them. But this is a kind of like safe little area that you're in right now, this Pilgrim's Terrace. Moving onward would bring you into parts of Summalto proper, where you are a little less familiar with the ins and outs. As you're all kind of staring at this view is when Baron and the Axebeaks pull themselves up over the edge to join you. There's a vicious wind in the air. Oh shoot, I accidentally closed the tab. But regardless, there is a completely separate from these aberrant skies. There is just a sense of dread in this area. There is an immediate pallor that falls over your attitudes, as you can all tell that this is an environmental effect on you. This is because you're on the edge, the precipice of the Herald's domain. And you remember that fear you felt outside when you were trying to get from camp to camp in Syrinscape. You are about to enter a layer of sorts.
True.
But I think that's where we're going to call it tonight, because it's almost 11.
Yeah.
You see it all in its awe and majesty and scariness.
This is the highest any of you have probably been in the sky, I'm sure. You are you are nearly at the peak of the Palo Alto Alps, the highest points of the Alto Island.
One of us was in an airship.
Fair, but this is higher. Anyway, I think that's where we'll call it. We are thankful for those of you hanging out with us, and hope you have a good evening and join us elsewhere in the world. Good night and farewell.
Good night.
Good night.